And I think we're live. Look at that. We're here. We made it. We are running a little late. We've had some technological difficulties. Not to worry. No, this streaming and D&D, it happens. It's not a problem. But before we do carry on, I do need to do one thing with Hex before I forget. So Hex, can I get you in your Foundry? Top right, click the cogwheels. And then go to the configure controls. And let me know once you are there.
All right. All right. Foundry top right.
Yep, so the cogwheels at the very top right. And then configure controls.
Yep.
And then scroll down until you find move or pan left. So it'll have WASD on move or pan left, pan down, pan right, and all that sort of stuff. Delete all the WASD from those settings. Just hit the trash can, remove those. Let me know when you've done that.
All of them? Okay.
Yep. So WASD, because we're going to use A and D for something else.
Okay.
What's up, Magic Hero? You got that?
Yes.
Right, so on the left hand side now you'll go down and click on MIDI QOL and scroll back up to the top and you'll see advantage, disadvantage there. Delete everything in both of those.
Alright. Advantage, just okay.
Yep.
Delete all those. Alright.
Yep. Now hit the plus on advantage and then press A and then hit the little save icon when it pops up and D on disadvantage.
Okay, yep.
Done. You can close that. We're all done.
Yep.
So what that will do is whenever in combat, this is more for combat than anything else, unless I ask you to roll, like, obviously advantage or disadvantage, you'll press and hold the associated letter before you click on your character sheet to make the roll, and it should automatically roll with advantage or disadvantage. As long you've got to be pressing and holding the letter before you click. The other thing that I'll just want to show you, because you weren't here before, and I'll use your character, so there's this one as well. So in the chat in Foundry, something's popped up with your name on it.
Yep.
If you hover over that dice, you'll see a green plus and a red minus. If I ask you to make that perception check the standard, you'll hit the dice and it'll roll naturally. If I ask you to make it with disadvantage, hit the red, but advantage, hit the green. So I'll get you to roll that with advantage. So just hit the little green icon and just click it. You didn't quite get the green icon.
Did it work?
You rolled it, but it wasn't with advantage. That's fine. It worked. We know it works. So that's what that'll. Yeah. I use that for most of our rolls. So most perception checks. Like a lot of, unless it's a combat situation, that's what we'll be using for rolls. So that means you don't have to go looking for your character sheet. It does speed things up a little bit, which is kind of cool. The other thing before we do get started as well, for all of you guys in the Foundry, when you roll in combat, you don't have to roll your damage. It auto rolls whenever you roll your hit. You don't have to apply your damage to your character. I do that directly from the chat during combat as well. So you don't really have to worry too much about any of that. Certain conditions you will receive, because I have an add-on that manages all the conditions as well. Once you have the condition on your token, aka Bless, it auto rolls the D4 for you as well. So you do not have to remember that you're blessed. It will do it for you. If you are concentrating on a spell and you take damage, it will automatically pop up a prompt in the chat for you to roll for concentration. So there's a lot of automation in the roles. So a lot of it speeds things up, and it means you guys don't have to worry about searching character sheets a lot for that sort of thing. But again, if anything happens and you're not sure where it is or what it is, just ask. We keep things pretty casual, as a general rule anyway. So without any further ado, we get through a little bit of the technological stuff. Hey chat, my name's Evldoa, I'm the DM tonight, and we are playing a mini adventure / one shot / mini adventure. It's generally planned for a one shot, but I like to let roleplay run as much as possible. So that generally means that roleplay runs a little bit more. So this will probably be a 3-parter, I would imagine, maybe 4, depending on the roleplay and whether the characters all die in the first session. We don't know. This is how things potentially happen in D&D, but this adventure is called Segerics Revenge. The players have no idea what they're getting themselves into. They've made their characters without knowing a whole lot about this particular adventure, which is exactly how I wanted it to be. People in the chat, you have a couple of commands that you are able to use to aid or hinder the players. There is a !PADV, which is player advantage. If you put that in the chat, that'll give the players an advantage to add to their coffers, so to speak. There is limits on it. I think it's limited per person as well. So whoever uses it, you may not be able to use it again for quite some time. Once that's given, the players will decide who gets to use that advantage. That's up to you guys as you get that. So you guys will keep track of that. There's also a DM ADV, which is DM advantage. So you can also hinder them by giving the DM advantage instead. It does cost channel points. So bear that in mind if you're going to use it. So that's pretty much that. I think before we get started, we will go around our players, get them to introduce themselves, and not so much your character, but just introduce yourselves as just who you are and a little bit about you. Most people in the chat know who we all are. Dan's relatively new. Hex is an old face returning for the first time for a D&D session for a long time. So we will obviously start. I'm going to start with Grim again because Grim loves starting, don't you, Grim?
Oh, I love a good start, me.
So just introduce yourself and just you know the drill.
So I am Grim Realities, and I often play a lot of D&D. People ask if people want to play D&D. I will say yes, even though sometimes maybe I shouldn't because I'm strapped. But yeah, and I don't stream because I have sense.
Grim is also part of our Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign every other Friday. He's also part of my other game that we don't stream on every other Sunday. And yeah,
I get around.
He plays a lot.
It's good though. It's good.
D&D's life, why not? Next up, we've got Hex and Hemlock. Some of you may know her by another name, but those who don't, we'll get Hex to introduce yourself. Hex, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am Hex, also known as Yonti, also known as, that's pretty much it. And I DM, and I also play, and I write stories and all the good stuff. So you might have seen me in Vampire with Evil, and what else have we done? We've done a lot of D&D together.
So. Have,
yeah, with all these guys.
Old hand. Hex also streams on Twitch on occasion. So if you do happen to catch her over there, definitely check her out, hit her up with a follow. Of course, do all the good things over there. Next up, we have Mr. Neon.
Hello, I am Neon. I am the one guy who is not in the oceanic territories in this room. So I have woken up from the far side of Scotland, and likewise I play probably more D&D than I should in my limited free time, mostly with these guys, and a few extra ones that I've been in and about. I've played most forms of D&D that exist a little bit. I'm one of those guys that's played all of them, but not played any of them for very long.
Yes. I don't think you've had a character go past level 5 yet, have you?
No, not core D&D at all. I mean, I've done one-shots with high-level characters, but never a main campaign. Yeah.
Neon also streams over on the Twitchy purple stuff, so definitely check out Neon as well over there when you can. Next up we have Dan, relatively new face to the community.
So I'm Dan. Better look the younger one out of the crew.
Whatever.
This is my first time actually trying it on digital. I used to play it years and years ago when I was like 17, 18. So I'm still working it all out, but it can't be that hard to work out.
You'll be fine.
But otherwise, I'm mainly a first-person shooter.
Dan's also here on Kick as well, guys. So make sure you check out Dan the Miner here on Kick. Plays a lot of Rainbow Six and is very good at it. So definitely check him out when he's over there doing the things and the stuff. And lastly but not least, we got another old face from the community. Been around for a long time. I've known him personally for a long time. Drax.
Drax. I'm the only one here who's never streamed. I've been in many of Evil's games and a couple of Yantis, hexes. That's
pretty
still
much
killing me. I'd still class myself as being fairly new, even though I have been.
You've been
a couple
around.
of my campaigns have lasted quite a while. I've still only had a few characters.
Well, you started with us in Curse of Strahd, so that was.
Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, so that was what, 2 years ago. So you're still you're relatively 2-3 years ago. So you're relatively new. But you've played a lot of characters. You've done a few one-shots with us as well. But yes, we have done, I myself, obviously you guys know who I am. I started DMing approximately 7-8 years ago I decided to jump in the deep end and write my own story and did a full homebrew campaign that lasted just under 2 years. That was my first DMing experience, and I have done a lot since then. We've on the channel we've done some Vampire the Masquerade, we've done D&D 5e, we've done a bunch of mini adventures. I have played some Call of Cthulhu with Hex and Magic, who's in the chat. We've also, with my brother Baz, who some of you already know, have done some Alien RPG stuff as well, which we are looking at doing again in the future. And we're going to look at another Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle in the future as well. So definitely keep an eye on Discord for up and coming things. So moving forward, we shall now get into our story. The story tonight starts in a small settlement. Not very big. It's in Faerun. It's probably a small village somewhere in the northeast of Faerun. Not many people know about it, but we find ourselves centered on a small country inn in a town called Blustrom. In this inn, there's a few people. No, it's not too busy, but it's busy enough where there's a little bit of background noise, nothing too major. Barkeep standing at the bar behind these, cleaning a few mugs and stuff, and as people sort of approach, pours drinks, general chit chat. Big fireplace to one side sends out it's sort of early afternoon, mid-afternoonish. It's got a fireplace going. It's late autumn, so it's heading into the winter, so they're getting into the colder months. So the fire's going, lighting is shimmering, and there's a few people sort of milled around. As we sort of pan around the room, we spot a table, well, two tables that have been pulled together with a few chairs placed around them, and we notice there's a few people seated at this table. The first one we sort of focus on is unusual for this part of Faerun specifically. Don't often see his race, but Grim, if I'll get you please to describe your character, what he's wearing, what he looks like, and I mean, don't go into too much detail about class or anything like that. Just describe what our other people at the inn would see.
So you see a rather short lizard folk in like a sort of bone white vest with hand wrappings. A lot smaller than most lizard folks are, bright red. Sitting at the table, he sort of looks a bit apprehensive about being around other people. He almost looks like he's not too used to being around, well, certain people. He looks over to one of his companions at the table and he's like, "This place is much smaller than Baldur's Gate, Tencel. Maybe you can try the John Connor trick, you know, tell him you're from the future. It might work here. They're probably not as bright."
And as we pan across the table to the lizard folks' companion, Neon, would you please describe your character for us?
The companion in question is an incredibly metal man who looks exactly like a metal mannequin of a man in every way you can possibly imagine, other than glowing molten red eyes. And upon hearing this, his head whirs around on the servos and looks straight at Qatar. Nods slowly and back before whirring around the room. Target acquired. He stands and steadily, in a very, very direct path, thuds step by step towards the door, wherein he has noticed walking a very large-looking fellow.
Indeed. As you look up, you find yourself staring into the face of another companion of yours, a rather large man indeed. Dan, would you please describe your character? You're muted, sir.
So, as I look down, I see my friend looking at me with great friendship in his eyes. I shake his hands, or paws per se. We walk back over to the bar. I tell him, "Rounds on me."
What does Rayna's look like?
I am tall, not fat, not old, but not young.
Rayna's is a Goliath.
Yeah.
He is a rather large man. I'll give you a hand here.
Yeah, please.
He is very tall. He's about 6'4", probably about 280, 300 pounds. He's a very large man indeed. He carries with him a large battle axe, a couple of javelins slung across his back. He doesn't really wear armor, but he has almost like a fur pauldron to one side with the strapping that goes along with it, and a couple of daggers poked in there as well. Definitely built for combat, but a large man indeed. As Rayna's and Tencel meet at the door, Rayna's reaches down and grabs Tensel's metallic hand, shakes it vigorously, and starts walking towards the bar to buy a round of drinks. Does Tinsel follow suit?
Pencil will follow to the bar, lay his hands on the bar, look at the barkeep and say, I am from the future. You are the savior of us all. Tonight is the night. Come with me. And then returns to the table with Qatar.
As you sort of saying this, the barkeep he's wiping out a mug, sort of looks at it, puts it down in the bar, and sort of raises an eyebrow at you as you're speaking to him. Doesn't really say much. As you turn and head away, just starts shaking his head from side to side. Picks up a bottle that's sitting on the bar, looks at it, sniffs it, looks over at you and starts shaking his head again. Puts the bottle down and goes back to cleaning. Rainers, you've walked up, you've offered to buy your companions drinks. The barkeep says, what'll it be? What would you like? Whiskey, ale, mead?
I would like 3 ales, please.
3 ales. Right. You go take a seat. I'll have one of the ladies bring it over to you.
Thank you very much.
You'll have to pay for it first. That would be 3 ales, 6 copper.
Yep.
You hand over the coin. Don't worry about coin or anything in this one-shot guy. This essential money doesn't really matter in this particular adventure. So you hand over the coin. You guys have a reasonable amount of coin. You are reasonably well off. Eventually, after about 10 or 15 minutes or so, drinks are brought over. The 3 good-sized mugs of ale are plonked down in front of you, and a pitcher is also placed, which gives you a refill on those as well. The woman that brings them over, again, typical buxom bar wench, comes over. She gives you a wink and a nod as she sort of drops it on the table and moves on to the next. So you guys are now seated, 3 of you at the table, the 3 companions. You share a drink. I would imagine you start possibly sharing a tale or 2 of a previous adventure. So, I mean, that's up to you whether you wish to or not. Is there anything more you wish to say before we move towards the door again?
Pencil simply takes the mug, looks at Rainers, and says, my body is a temple. Also, I don't need to drink. I've told you this. But thank you. And gives the mug to Qatar.
Reynard, is this one alcoholic? Last time you gave me a drink, I didn't feel too good afterwards, and I think we need to be up front. Is this going to make me sick?
And these are things that you would know about your friends. I mean, you remember things like the last person you decapitated and the last person you punched in the jaw. You don't tend to remember things like who drinks, who doesn't drink, who gets sick, who doesn't get sick. And I would imagine that Brainers right now is probably 2/3 the way through his mug as he's just picked it up and just started guzzling it.
Well, I come down from a bigger village, and man, oh man, I had this one brawl. It took 2 minutes, and I got asked to leave. Then I come down here to meet you guys. I thought I had enough. I ran into enough trouble. Time to go and see friends.
I'll take that as a yes then. And he just sculls one and then grabs the one that Tinsel gave him and sculls that one too.
How much of a lightweight is Qatar is the question.
Absolute lightweight. Like complete lightweight.
Okay, first roll of the night. We got to do it. Give me a second here. So, first roll of the evening. Qatar will get a Constitution saving throw from you, please. Oh, I think you rolled that with. Did you roll that with disadvantage?
Yeah, it didn't do much though, did it?
I mean, you're not that much of a lightweight, it seems, with a 16. So, Qatar, you down that first one, and you think, it doesn't taste alcoholic, better check, make sure. You start down in the second one, you get 2/3 of the way through it, and you think, that tastes real good. Hint of honey. Best mead or ale that you've had for a long time. You'd finish it off and slam it down onto the table. Rayners is probably at this stage looking at you going, well, that was impressive. Don't often see that. And he didn't fall over this time. It's amazing. And it's at this moment we pan away from the table back to the door. As the door swings open, and I'll turn the floor over now to Hex and Drax, as you guys can describe your characters or enter as you do. Did we just lose Yanti? I think we might have just... Oh, no.
Possibly. I think we did.
We might have just lost Yanti. Yes, we did. Shit. Right at the moment, we'll give her a second to come back. So we'll hold there, Drax. We won't give her a chance to come back. So we'll turn back to the table for the moment. As... Take it away, Tinsel.
The barkeep did not fall for your John Connor.
Yes, you got a story. Generally, Dan, we'll just sort of pause there for a second. We approach things from your own perspective. So you just, whatever you think Rayners would talk about or do, that's what you do. Less from a third person perspective, but more from a first.
Okay.
Oh, I think she's back. So Tinsel, carry on, please.
We'll mark this town off and try again. I mean, it's got to work somewhere. Surely it'll be great. I just feel it. And this doesn't taste as bad as last time, Raina. Last time it looked like there was blood and maybe dirt, but this one's quite fresh.
But that was a special drink.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
If I recall, he mixed it himself. Part keg, part
remember the
brawl,
ingredients.
part love.
You could really taste the love. I think that was the blood.
Yeah.
Right, now we pan towards the door. As the door swings open.
Sorry.
That's so good. Bound to happen. So Hex and Drax, take it away.
All right. Hex and not Hex. Coral and Arafira are gonna come in, already kind of tipsy, singing "Yo ho, blow the man down," and I look at him and I go, "Fira, I don't think that means what you think it means, really."
I don't know. It might mean that.
No. Wait a minute. You see that bartender over there? Did you shag him once?
I think you shagged him. Well, maybe we both did.
Oh, maybe. That was that thunder from down under night, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I tell you what, we'll find out when we go up there. But their friends are up there. And I've got presents for them, so...
Excellent.
What do you say we head up there?
Let us go.
To describe Coral real quick, she's a Triton with baby blue, like the sea, skin, scales on her arms and legs. She's got these fanned out fins where her ears would on a human would be, and very big, large blue eyes. She wears chainmail that kind of matches the scales to her skin. And that's what Coral looks like.
Arafura is an elf, and he's wearing red like cloak over the top of leather, and it looks very flamboyant. And he's got bright yellow boots. He's got loot in one hand and a crossbow hanging off his backpack with a small drum at the back, which he's constantly tapping. And he's just sort of wandering along, tapping to his own beat.
Oh, Arafara, that reminds me, I can give you a gift first. I know it's a little bit intimate, but he says you worn yours out. So I got you a G-string. Don't laugh. And I pull out a coiled up G-string for his loot. Then you were missing it. You can thank me later.
Excellent, thank you. He takes it and he ties it off to the end of his loot, so it's obvious and hanging off the end of his loot.
I think I'm gonna approach the bar, and I've got like my backpack out, and I'm gonna go, okay, Rainier, I got you. Now the marketplace lady said that this was from your homeland, which is cool because I didn't even know where you lived, but she said that she was a mystic. So here you go. And I give him a rock in the palm of his hand, like Mother Earth for you. And for you, Tensile, she said, since I don't think you take health potions, I'm not really sure, and I wanted to heal and help out. She said that this fixes everything. It's from the ducks of Mirkwood themselves. I didn't know Mirkwood had ducks, but you can just use it. And I pull out this tape. It's this duct tape for you. And you can just mend it. She says, like, she uses it on everything. And then for you, Kata, my little buddy, I got you a book on merfolk because I know you're always asking where I live. Page 81's anatomically correct. You're welcome. Here you go. Now everybody's covered, I think. And I'll pay for the next round. And that's Coral.
So, as we focus on this group of friends, gifts given, laughter and drinks over the next hour or so, turns out that there's a job board here in this small inn. As you are a few drinks in, I would say it would probably more likely be Coral or maybe even Qatar that after going to use the facilities, stumbles back and notices a piece of parchment pinned to this job board and just simply says, old man Segeric is looking for muscle to take on a perilous task. As you can decide which one of you has seen this, and you grab it, pull it down, have a closer inspection. It's got a directions to this particular house north of town, house on the hill, and at the bottom in almost bold type and bold writing, will pay you very, very well, which definitely triggers your interest as you are a band of mercenaries. You sell your services for gold to the highest bidder, and you've made a pretty good living, especially this last sort of 12-18 months, slaying monsters, defeating bandits, and potentially the virtues of young maidens and servant boys alike. Arafara doesn't really discriminate in such things. And I think we lost Hex again. No.
No,
Oh, no, just the
loading
camera.
my background.
That's why okay. I was like, no, we done lost her again. But anyway, so as you return back to the table, slam the parchment down in the center for everyone to see.
It's a job for old man Cigarette. He wants a muscle for some pearl essence, and he'll pay us well. He will. right here on this sheet.
I'll give him a muscle.
Ansel slams his hands down on the table with a little bit too much force and shakes all the beer glasses. Stands, looks Qatar in the face, back at the sheet and back at Qatar. The holy texts. We must follow these directions.
I know you said you don't drink, but sounds like you've been drinking.
I would never drink. My body is a temple.
And mine's a playground.
His body is a temple, although I don't know that this is the holy text. Maybe the next text we get might be the holy text.
Where you lead, I will follow.
House on the hill? You guys ready to go? We can go tipsy, right?
We better go.
Who's
It'll be
tipsy?
fun.
Wait, we never leave a place before Arif, what's his face, at least shags one resident of the town. Isn't that the rules?
Oh, I think we already did. Honestly,
putting my
I think
hand
that
on it.
bartender.
And as you guys too, I mean, you guys have already seen the guy that owns the place, the barman, and he's about 74, balding. He's got a scraggy sort of horseshoe, sort of shock of hair, little wisp of whiskers on his chin. Looks like he weighs about probably, God, at least a ton and a half. Like he's a big boy. Rosy red cheeks, bulbous nose, and he's sort of leaning on the bar, sort of cleaning up a cup. And as Arifira sort of looks over, gets a big grin and a big wink from this barman, the owner of this particular inn, gives him a little wave, goes back to his duties.
Airfire telepathically says to him, I see you looking at me.
Is he able to reply?
No, he's not.
Okay. Oh well, he grins broadly at hearing this. I mean, it is by now. It's probably getting. You've been here for a few hours, so probably heading into early to mid-evening. So it's up to you whether you wish to go to Old Man Segeric's place now or leave it till the morning. Qatar's looking a little more green than red at this stage.
It's like someone needs to eat.
Rayners is looking around for a fight. He's getting a little antsy. He's looking for someone to punch, perhaps. Arifara is definitely getting a little flushed and is starting to look around the room in a slightly different fashion. So it's up to you what you do at this point, whether you want to rest first and maybe go see the old man in the morning, or take the risk and do it now. I would say even Coral's looking a little sleepy-eyed at this point. She seems like she was already a few drinks in before arriving. With a few more under the belt, it's getting a little rowdy. Not so much rowdy. Well, it's up to you guys whether you get rowdy or not, but
I think it's safe to say we go and see Cigarette in the morning.
Oh,
And so just looks at Qatar.
What sort of muscle do you think he wants?
Not the type of muscle you can give him.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, there's not much of me really, so that's probably true. There's a lot of you though. You probably have like 3 or 4 of the muscles he's after.
He may not be after my muscles.
Noted.
Might be intimidating.
Oh, so many things I could say.
say it. You know my channel, Yanti.
Coral refrains. No, that's Coral talking. Coral refrains. Says a prayer to Tempest.
What is Arafire doing at this point? I mean, there's probably not too much talent in this little sleepy village inn from the owner, who clearly has already had an interesting evening prior.
Arafires looks around the room and says, oh, there's a few people here. He pulls out his loot and he starts playing the intro to the song One by Metallica. Very loudly, and then he's looking around the room and he looks at the random people, and he's telepathically says into a person's mind, man, that guy's really good, you should buy him a drink. And then he goes to the next person and goes, oh, that guy's really good, you should buy him a drink.
First things first, to get you to roll that, to see how good you really are. Pretty good. The notation, this new G string is the perfect string for your loot, and it sounds crisp and clean, perfectly in pitch. The timing is impeccable as you start to play. You start to telepathically go around the room telling people to buy that, hey, this guy's really good, you should buy him a drink. So I will get you to roll that with advantage, because I'll get you to roll another one in a second, although that's still pretty good. I'll get you to roll another one just in case you get
Was it persuasion? Oh, here we go.
Just in case you get that's even better. So with that, several 3 or 4 people over the course of the next 10 or 15 minutes, as I would say, Arafire gets up, 1 foot on the chair, just in the zone, plucking away at the strings, making this lute sing almost. And 3 or 4 people just come up and they don't want to interrupt you, but they say to the rest of you, he's super good. Here's a drink for you guys. Actually, here's one for the whole table, and you get another full round of drinks and a round of whiskey shots to go with it, as Arafire is just on fire with his lute playing this evening. I would say this sends Qatar over the edge with the whiskey shot, and Qatar proceeds to stagger quite badly towards the door before reaching the door, slamming the door open, stepping out to the street and vomiting violently into the street, obviously wanting not to make a mess of this fine establishment and its dirt floor and its mud walls. I'd say followed rather quickly by Tensol, obviously not wanting to see his friend in any kind of ailment, follows him to help him I would say you guys already have an inn. This place doesn't have rooms. There is another inn further up the street. You would have established rooms prior. Obviously, some of you have been here a night already. What are the rest of you doing at this point? I'd say Rayners is just in the swing of things. He's enjoying the music. He's still having the drinks, but he does know that, hey, if this guy's going to hire us to do something dangerous, we probably do need to get some rest.
I think it's time for us to go to bed on that note.
And on that last
as
squealing pinch harmonic, Arafire finishes his lute playing and sits down, satisfied that he just entertained everybody without a problem.
He's going to sit down, play that last chord, pick up the first mug he sees and drops it.
Easily enough done. What is Coral doing in this moment?
She's like clapping after him and taking one of his beers and tinking it against us and saying, "Good job, buddy." But we should, if you don't want too much of a headache tomorrow, we should probably get going, you know. Say bye to your bartender friend and let's head out.
You could chat to him tomorrow.
We'll retcon this. As you leave the inn, you have paid for the drinks you paid for. Most of the last few rounds were bought for you, so you didn't have to worry about payment on those. You get another grin and a wave from the from the barman as you leave. And he doesn't just grin and wave at Arafire, he gives Coral a pretty hefty wink as well. Seems that Coral was definitely involved in that particular endeavour. As you all leave, you find your way to the inn, the rooms that you had paid for earlier, and crashed out and slept for the evening. I would say you're all reasonably early risers. Rain is probably the first up. Well, Tinsel's probably the first one up. Yes.
Yes, I would guide Qatar to bed.
Yeah, definitely. He would
lay
need
them
it.
down gently. Lay a hand on their shoulder and quietly cast Spare the Dying.
I mean, it would do nothing, but you definitely do it.
Before taking up a sentinel position in the room and powering down.
And as you would know, you guys all would know that Tinsel and Qatar are pretty tight friends, and Tinsel always, whenever you sleep in an inn, he always shares the room with Qatar, and you do that. Does Arafire and Coral share rooms, or do they have separate rooms for Narradin Inn?
I think Arafire would try to head into anyone else's room.
Yeah.
Just a random room? Or someone else's in the party?
Well, if Coral stopped him, he'd be heading into someone else from the party's room.
Does Coral stop him?
Coral's gonna smirk and not stop that at all. I'm just gonna say that. Tempest is a god of chaos.
Okay, I can do this. I got this thing here. Let's see here. We've got Guitar and Rain is well, Guitar and Tinsel. Rain is in Tinsel. So Tinsel, Guitar and Tinsel's room is where you start stumbling towards Arafire. So Tinsel, you would see him come in because you're in a state of stasis, so you're still fully aware as a Warforged. So you would see, and you'd probably be used to this by now. It probably happened more than once. You've been traveling together for quite some time. So how do you approach the whole drunken Arafire coming in looking for love, as he tends to do?
Tinsel would power back up, of course, move between Qatar and Arafira. And as Arafira stumbles closer looking for the affection, Tinsel holds out a hand, places it on Arafira's shoulder, and casts Spare the Dying before turning them around and showing them back out the door.
You muted, Jax.
As Tinsel holds out his hand, Arafire takes his hand, pulls it past him and wraps his arm around him, and begins to dance with him like a waltz.
Very used to this, Tinsel will follow the dance perfectly step by step while casting Spare the Dying. Back to the door, and with the last flourish, closes the door behind you.
And eventually Arafire does find his own room after probably stumbling into a couple of other rooms, getting horribly abused by some half-orc, drunken half-orc individual, and eventually does make it to his own room. Coral makes it to her room. Rainers finds his as well. Rainers, your bed's way smaller than it should be, and you're a pretty big dude, so your feet hang quite a fair way over the bed. It's almost like a kid's bed to you, so you just sort of plonk yourself in there. You've had enough to drink, you're good. You pass out. Easily enough done. The morning comes, you all get a good night's rest. I would imagine that Arafira probably visits Qatar's room at least twice more during the night and gets turned around again probably at the door. I'd imagine Tinsel would post himself towards the door knowing that Arafira is probably going to come back, and
it's now
turns them around.
absolutely in sentinel mode at the door. So if the door opens, it's just Metal Man.
So you can't actually get in the room. But it's funny. I mean, I would say that the first time you were sort of semi-awake, the second time you were sleepwalking, you had no idea what you're up to. It's just a thing that you do quite frequently. But you're all, again, you're conscious, you're awake, you head down to, there is a breakfast area in this particular inn, so you head down, you get a complimentary breakfast with the rooms, so you have a reasonably good meal. Qatar's looking a little seedy, but a good feed of greasy bacon and duck eggs, and a very strong black liquid that kind of smells like coffee, but kind of doesn't really taste like coffee. It's kind of weird, but it works. Sort of clears up the headache a little bit. And Qatar, as you sort of sit and you finish off your breakfast, you're getting ready to sort of go out to the day. You don't really remember what you were supposed to be doing this day, and then you remembered something, patting down your vest, and you out of the pocket, and you pull out the parchment, open it up, and you go, and you remember what you were supposed to be doing this morning.
We're doing this, right? We do this? Did we do it already?
Yeah.
Hansel slams his hands on the table with a little bit too much force.
Losing
and
Coral
shakes
there a little
the
bit.
Juice. Stands to his
quiet.
feet and says, "The sacred texts."
It's not sacred. It's just a text.
Money's pretty important, though. Pretty sacred. Yeah. I say we do it.
All gold is sacred as long as they pay.
Qatar has presented us with directions to our future. The sacred texts.
I would say by now you've gotten used to Tensol's odd behavior. He's persistent, but he's good in a pinch, and he's kept you alive on a number of occasions, so you kind of keep him around even though he's an oddball at best.
Any reports from last night, Tencel?
Tensel's servos whir as his head just turns to glare directly at Arafira. And then says, "Nothing out of the ordinary."
Arafire, did you try and breed me again? I told you I didn't like it.
Everyone likes it.
It was
Even that
messy.
half orc that I met last night liked it. He liked it rough, but he liked it.
No, I
I'm
don't.
assuming it was a dude.
I don't like
Hard to
it.
tell.
I hope I haven't upset you though.
Nobody rejects me forever.
I beg to differ.
50 no's and a yes is a yes.
And on that note, it is unless Coral has anything to add to this situation.
I just, yeah, did a little spit take on my coffee there, and, I'm like, good try, buddy. That's all I said.
So with that, you head out, follow the instructions, you head north of the, and this village is not very big, so it doesn't take very long. You head north up the main road, and it's barely a road. As I said, this whole town this village is sort of built on an off-road off one of the main trade routes in Faerun, so it's, you kind of found it purely by accident. So in the end, you head north up this main road, you go up a slight hill, and at the top of the hill on the left-hand side there is a two-storied house. And when I say a house, it's not really, it looks kind of like a two-storied house from distance. As you get closer, it's definitely a lot less fine than it looks from a distance. It looks two-storied, but it's not. It's just got a really high, steep roof. It probably has attic space, definitely. But as you get sort of draw closer to the door, you know it is a single-story dwelling, just with a really high peaked roof.
which one of us is the leader here? I say go knock on the door and.
I mean, that's up to you who you decide the leader is.
You got the paper.
Yeah, I
Unless
do,
you
but
want-
it says it's looking for muscle, and I feel like maybe Reynar's our muscle. I think that's how that
yeah.
works, isn't it?
Yeah.
A sacred text.
Yeah.
Tensal just starts pounding on the door.
Okay.
Well, there you go. There's your leader.
I think the nut job should take the lead.
And as you start knocking on the door quite forcefully, you hear a little bit of movement from inside, and you hear a voice. Yes? Hello?
We have read the sacred texts. We have brought muscle.
Excuse me?
We're here about the job.
Oh, yes. One moment, please. And you hear from behind the door, it sounds like maybe half a dozen locks being turned and jiggled and unlocked. You get the impression someone might be a little paranoid. And eventually, it takes them about a good 5 minutes to get through all the locks. And eventually the door swings open about sort of 2 inches, and you see this face appear from the darkness. And what you see is an older gentleman, human, very short graying hair, heavily scarred down one side of his face and into his cloak, like he's wearing a high sort of collared tunic, and you can see the scar disappears down into the tunic. And then he sort of looks you all up and down, and then pushes the door open and says, please forgive me. Come on in, come sit by the fire, warm yourself, please, quickly, quick. And he sort of ushers you all in, closes the door behind you, and relocks all the locks. Takes him a good 2 or 3 minutes to relock the locks behind you. And you find yourselves in the interior of this home. And there's a nice big fire burning, a massive mantelpiece. It doesn't look exactly like the picture you're seeing in Foundry, but a big fireplace. He's got a series of just wooden chairs sort of placed around it, and there's a big comfortable chair to one side of the fire, quite close to it, with a blanket laying over the arm. And as you guys sort of file in, he shuffles past you and sits down in this comfy chair, plonks him down it, pulls the rug over his knees and up to his waist, and sort of clasps his hands in front of him. And now you can sort of see him, like, he's not very tall, maybe 5'8", 5'9", definitely older. Now you can sort of see him in the firelight. That scarring is quite vicious. Like it looks like he's seen some nastiness in his life. Heavy scarring on that left-hand side of his face. So much so that the top of his left ear is missing, and the scars go up into his hairline. You can see part of his hair doesn't grow on that side of his head. He grabs a pair of circular spectacles and places it on his face, and sort of leans in to have a good look at sort of all of you as you take a seat. Welcome. Please take a seat by the fire, warm yourselves. There is drink over there and food if you need some. But you come for the job, yes?
As he starts peering at his Tensal's arm sticks up and then progressively bends in the wrong direction, joint by joint, to point at Reyna's, and says, "We brought muscle."
Yes, he's a big one, didn't he? It is good, you'll need it. You'll need brains too, not just brawn.
I've got the brawn, not the brains.
So I hope one of you has the brains as well.
But the sacred texts did not mention brains. Should I get
Let's
some?
say we do. No.
First, let me tell you a story before you accept the job. Well, let me tell you how much the job pays, and maybe that will convince you to take the job anyway. Forgive me. My name is Heinrich Segeric, and this job is of utmost importance. But I'll tell you a story. First, many years ago, a young man, handsome young man, married, had wife and daughter. He was a apprentice sorcerer. He had great skill. He showed promise, and his master was quite taken with his knowledge and was showing him many new things. One evening, when he was away, his wife and daughter at home by themselves, a stranger came calling. The stranger was stormy evening, was wet, cold. The wife was kind and offered him food and water and shelter, as one does. I'm sure you understand that you never turn people away. It's not what we do. When the man arrived home the next day, he was greeted with a most horrible sight. His wife and daughter were hanging from chains in his home, still alive and bleeding, most of the skin missing from their bodies. It's a horrible, horrible thing. The man in shock tried to get them down, but was attacked by a creature from behind. Don't know if it was hours or days later, but when he awoke, he was strapped to a chair, his wife and daughter still hanging from the rafters with chains, and this creature made him watch as he tortured and flayed them alive, kept them alive for days. Eventually, they did perish, but this creature did not let the man die. He kept him alive, then left him there, watching the maggots and things eat, and it was there for weeks before someone discovered him. And it's a miracle this man did not die, but I believe the creature intended this for him to experience this pain and suffering for a long time. And as he's regaling the story to you, you can see like these pauses, and you can see the pain in his face, and the scarring leaves it pretty obvious that he's not just telling a story, he's regaling a memory of the past. And he continues and says, so this man spent the next 50 years or so learning a way to get back at this creature, this demon, devil if you wish. Cannot kill them here where we live. The body here dies and returns to where it came from and just comes back again. So he spent his life finding a way to firstly finding out where this creature went and where he lives, a way to get there, and obviously a way to kill it. However, time is not kind to this man. He has become frail and is not able to do this deed himself. But he is also has a lot of gold and has offered a lot of money for people such as you to come and help him seek his revenge, so that one day he may be united with his wife and daughter and be able to face them in the afterlife. So he clasps his hand together, and even though he appears to have that sort of happy persona, you can see again that the underlying pain. He spent a lot of years masking it and hiding it, almost to the point where tears start to well up in his eyes, and he sort of takes a deep breath and swallows and sort of fights it back. And he just looks at all of you intently. He says, so 10,000 gold pieces, a way to get there, and you bring me the creature's head. Yes?
know what the creature is or looks like? It's obviously not human.
Well, I can tell you his name. Ogoros. Ogoros the Owl is what I call him. He is a devil. He is he's a rather big devil, but likes chains. He's not nice. But he can be found in the Vernus. You've heard of this, yes? Layer of hell. Hot place. But I have found a way. I can open portal there for you. However, I can only keep this open for 3 days. It is a very powerful spell, and it will take a lot for me to hold it open. So you will have 3 days to get in, find him. I can get pretty close to where his tower is. He resides in the top of this tower, surveying his lands, if you will. I'm not sure what else you will find there. I'm sure that he is not alone. He is bound to have guardians of some description in his lands, but I'm sure you are capable. And he's looking Rainers up and down. My, you are a big one.
It's not just muscles that are big.
Quite. And he turns back to you, Coral. He seems you're the one with semi-brains at this point in his eyes anyway. But Orgos is very brutal. He will not come quietly, of course. And as you are going to be attacking him in his home, I'm sure he will be not happy. Do not underestimate him. He is very powerful. He did this, and he pulls open his tunic, and drops the left hand side of his tunic. Sorry, and that scarring you saw down the side of his face, it runs down over his chest. You can see massive wound. Like he's endured a lot. The skin, almost all of the skin on the left-hand side of his chest and down over his stomach is almost transparent. It's been flayed away, and it just has not healed properly. Even with all the magical healing that would have taken to heal his body, it's left him hideously disfigured. As you didn't really see his left hand before, all of the fingers on his left hand are missing down to the knuckle. And it's curled up with arthritis. The rest of his wrist is curled up with arthritis as well. You can see that he's definitely, the time and this creature have taken its toll on this man's body. And on the mantle now, as he sort of turns and looks, you can see a small painted picture of a young woman and a child of about 11 or 12.
So during the entire time,
Wait,
sorry.
There you go, Qatar.
So during that entire time he's telling the story, Qatar puts himself in the corner as far away from the gentleman as possible, and he writes on a bit of parchment the entire story.
Okay.
And he wraps it up, and he grabs out of his bag what looks like a raven's head, and he opens the beak, pushes the parchment in, and he goes up to Tensal. He's like, "This is the sacred text. Memories for my mistress. Keep them with the others."
The sacred texts.
Yeah, the
And
sacred
as
text.
Tensal takes the texts, he brings them towards his chest, where you hear the whirring of some more servos and a compartment opens. He just places it inside himself
Nice.
before sealing it away forevermore.
Nice. I love it. And Coral, you want to say something?
Coral looks at Segeric and says, "Could we just have one moment?" And then I go, group huddle.
Of course,
And
of course.
I kind of bring them over if they group huddle with me, and say, do we want to go to hell? Like, we're going to vacation in hell. It's very dry. I don't like dry. It's pretty dangerous.
It'd make a great song. Oh man. Make them pay half now though. Can't get away with that gold. Half now, half when we get back. I'm all in for it.
What do you think, Rainer?
As long as there's a fight, I am in.
What do you think it,
Assuming we don't all die horribly, it'll make great memories for my mistress. She loves memories. It does sound kind of awful though, does it not?
Yeah, it's pretty awful. Yeah. I say we ask for maybe like 10,000 more. Maybe 5,000? 5,000 more? Burial
I will
expenses?
shield you from the harm. The sacred texts have
10,000.
spoken.
Segeric, could we just ask for maybe like 5,000 more for like supplies, maybe, or and Arab would like half up front, like a deposit.
You see him sitting there. He regards you like he's intent, looking at you directly in your eyes. And as you guys look at him now, you can see that left eye is he's definitely blind in that eye. Like the color's there, but the retina's almost completely closed over. And he sort of looks at you and blinks and says, 10,000 is all I have left in the world. I am not long for this world. I have maybe a few months left before I will depart. And this house and that gold is all I have left. You can have it all. I do not care. Just bring me his head. And you can see now that his whole demeanor's changed. He's now become quite serious.
Now I feel bad. Ara, you really want to take half up front?
Well, if we go and then he closes the portal on us, we're going to have to do something to buy our way back.
I don't know if they take money in Avernus. Do they take money in Avernus, Mr. Cigarette?
As I said, you have 3 days. I can keep it open that long. Once it is closed, I'm afraid you will be stuck there if you have not returned. How you get back, it would be entirely up to you. I give you 2,500 up front. Maybe that will help. But just be back in 3 days. Problem solved.
Just waits for the rest of the party. All right, I'm in. Oh, Sigrid has a dog.
Sorry, Puppy is he's old too and deaf.
Well, I thought that was Coral. I thought she's really eager. I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm good to go.
I accept the journey.
I guess so.
You're settled. Oh, sorry. Are you wanting to not go?
I mean, we can go. It's just that my comrades, they usually like a sexual conquest per like visit to a place, and I feel like maybe we need to skip that on this occasion. Just
as I said, I am not sure what you'll find there. Succubus, incubi, hellhounds. Who knows? Whatever your preference. And with that, he sort of gets himself out of the chair, walks around behind you guys into another room, and 3 or 4 minutes comes back with a sizable leather pouch, and just drops it on a table in front of you, Arafira. Considering I think it was you that asked for the gold, even though Coral spoke, your name was mentioned, and he knows bards, and he assumed that it was you that asked for the money up front. You are carrying a loot after all. And he pops himself back into his chair, pulls the rug back over his knees. So we have an accord. There is your gold. When do you wish to leave?
Tensal stands and says, I am ready.
Oh, excuse me, before you go. And he reaches down one side and slides a small wooden box from out under his chair and sort of pushes it with his feet in your direction. And in this is several potion bottles. Now I've added some potions to your guys' character sheets already. So you all have 2 healing potions each in your inventory, which he has basically handed to you. So, but there's also a scroll in there wrapped around an item, which he picks up and says, I only have one of these. It's quite expensive, but you may need it. Does anyone in your group know magic of the divine nature?
Sal steps forward and says, I am ready.
And he just holds it out towards you.
Take.
Do you open and have a look at it?
Yes.
As you undo the little bit of twine that's wrapped around it and you open it up, inside is a diamond, a reasonable sized diamond, and a spell scroll for Revivify. And you, being of your nature, Tensile, as you are a what are you again? You one of them things.
Warforged cleric?
That's right, you're a cleric. That's the one. I knew it was one of them, clerical paladin. Because you are a cleric, you would know the spell. You have read the spell. You've seen it used, so you recognize it, and you're pretty certain that you would be able to use the spell, considering it's in scroll form. You have the materials with the diamond. I'm pretty sure you don't have that already, do you?
No.
No. So I think that's a high level spell. So there may be a roll involved in casting it if you need it, but for all intents and purposes, you're pretty certain that you'll be able to manage it. So if you are ready to go, we might have to take this outside. I don't think, oh no, that's right, I built this place for it. And now you understand, as you look up, you see that at the high peak in the ceiling, you understand possibly why he's built this house has been built the way it is. If you, he says to you, Rainers, Yulia, big man, would you mind helping me move some of this furniture over here so I can create a better room?
I can do that.
So you take the time, you move his chair out of the way, you push everything out and create a 10 foot by 10 foot space in the center of this sort of area. As he looks around and says, you might want to stand back just a little bit. And he gets down on his hands and knees. And you see he's not frail, but it definitely is a bit of a struggle to get down there. And with his good hand, with a piece of colored chalk, sort of a purpley bluish chalk, he starts drawing glyphs in a big circle on the floor.
Arafira says, I'll help you, and he picks up the bag of gold and puts it in his pocket.
And ignoring you as he's concentrating on what he's doing, and you can start seeing the beads of sweat already starting to form on his brow as he's muttering, drawing out these sigils on the floor. He gets around 2/3 way around, 3/4, gets to the final glyph, and he sort of holds the chalk up again and says, remember, 3 days, this will close. I have no control over that. If you are not back here in 3 days, you will be stuck, and you will have to find your own way home. But this will get you close, so you will not have a lot of travel time to get to where he is. Maybe half a day, maybe a whole day, depending on what you find along the way. Be mindful, this is Avernus. There will be many things there that are different from here. It will be hot. It will be, there will be other creatures there of the devilish variety. So be mindful. Do not stray from your path. And he sort of looks over his shoulder at you to see that you're all ready to go. And he draws the final mark, and the glyphs, one by one, just start lighting up in a really purplish arcane hue. And as they do, the final glyph lights up, and then the glyphs almost turn and stand upright. The stones from the floor form almost like an arch in the center of this room, 15 feet high, up into the ceiling cavity. And the glyphs start to glow in the stone itself. And you can see as he stands back, the purple blue shimmer of light fills the archway, lights all of your faces, lights his face, and you can see even now his eyes just bright, probably just with excitement almost, but the look of concentration is still there. His eyes are wide, and he sort of stands back, and you can see him sort of holding his hands in a particular position, and he's sort of almost like moving his hand around, making sure the runes are where they should be. And he says, yes, it has worked, yes, quickly now, get through, and as I say, I will hold it open for 3 days. After that, I am not sure I will be able to, maybe an hour or two longer, but remember, no longer than 3 days. You must return with his head. The gold will be here, the house will be here, hopefully I am still here, and good luck. And he sort of moves back away to allow you room to go through, and he takes a seat. He pulls his comfy chair around with his good hand, sits and faces the portal. Sort of, you can see he's relaxed, but he's not relaxed. He's maintaining a mental concentration on holding this gate open for you. Do you all step through?
Yes, I'll be the first one to walk through.
Rayners takes the first step, reaches a hand forward, takes that step through, woof, vanishes into the portal. Who's next?
I push Arafira in.
Arafira gets shoved from behind by Coral, and you sort of take a half by step and stumble as you disappear through the portal. Who's next? I'm assuming Coral follows Arafira.
Yeah, I'll follow.
So Coral next. Tinsel and Katag together, I would imagine.
I guess we are definitely doing this, and you did say you were ready, Tinsel, so I guess we're going to the Hells, sir?
I am ready to go to the Hells, and Tinsel steps through.
Bye, Mr. Cigarette. We will...
Segeric is, he gives you a nod. Oh, I think we just lost Grim. Holy shit. Grim, come back! He'll be back.
Say goodbye.
He did say goodbye. No! It's probably a good time to take a short break anyway. We're almost at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So we will take a short break there, guys, while hopefully Grim comes back. If Grim is not able to come back, what we may do is call it there and pick it up again in 2 weeks. Because, I mean, we're 2 hours in almost, so I'd like to go a little bit longer, but we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. While we've waited to see what happened with Qatar, let's see if he blew apart as he walked through the portal. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's gonna be fun.
You'll be fine. It's just hell. You're fine. And we're back. So welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Players, I don't know if anyone saw it, but you do have an advantage up your sleeve. You do have one advantage in your sleevey right now. Yep, up there. Kataga's there somewhere. So you guys can choose who gets to use that at any moment if you need it. So just someone keep track of that. So you've now pretty much all stepped through the gate that was opened by Segeric in his home. As you stepped through the portal, you now find yourself in a very harsh environment indeed. The sounds of lava plopping and the hot wind and just the atmosphere here is just, it's very, very humid, very warm indeed. I would assume it would make Coral very uncomfortable as she steps through into this extremely warm environment. You find yourselves, as you sort of step down onto what seems to be a volcanic rock, darkened. It's almost, as you look around it, it's like it's almost like a cave. At the end of this cave, you can see the glowing orange light of lava and stuff. You can see that, you can sort of see the edge of what looks to be might be a river of magma, potentially. Hard to tell from where you are at the moment, but as you turn and look behind you, the large archway stands here as well. The glowing blue and purple arcane energy swirling backwards and forwards in this gate. Can't see anything on the other side of it. You can't hear Segeric or see him at this point, but you know this is your point of going home. You need to remember where you are and how to get back here. So obviously when you move forward, you're going to have to try and, I mean, we're not going to need to roll for it, but you'll need to remember this is the way you came. The room is empty apart from the shimmering portal that connects you back to the land of the living. As you move forward, slowly see what the sound is ahead of you. You find indeed that this river of hot molten magma flowing steadily in front of you looks to be about 25-30 feet wide. There is, in front of you, you can see some large boulders jutting out of the lava, almost like stepping stones. There's a reasonable distance between them. It's going to take a little bit of an effort to get across, but as you look across this particular area, the only way you can really go from where you are, you need to cross this river, and you can see another outcropping, another almost like a beachhead on the opposite side of this river of magma. Turn it over to you.
It's probably a bit late for this, but it just occurred to me, if we were a less moral adventuring party, we probably just could have killed Mr. Cigarette and taken the money and not come to the house. I mean, it'd be a less interesting story that way, though, wouldn't it?
It would have been too easy.
Why did it have to be hot? Oh, and I'm like peeling.
Our fire lying face first on the ground. It's like, who pushed me? Rahada.
The Coral, I'll get you to roll that Constitution saving throw, please. Unfortunately for you, you're probably most affected by this immediately as you step into this realm. Oh, you must have clicked a plus or a minus.
Oh, hang on. Should I re-roll?
Now we'll take the 15.
You want me to re-roll it?
We'll take the 15. It's fine.
We can take the 1.
We'll take the 15. It's fine. It's hot. Like, it is really hot here. You're okay at the moment, but you know this is possibly going to become not unbearable, but it's going to become nasty a little bit later on. So you, I mean, obviously if you step closer to the magma, it gets hotter. Like you all feel that heat coming off the hot molten rock. It's going to be a bit of a jump to get across here. If you misstep or fall, it's going to hurt a lot. You realize this.
Tensal's just looking at the magma closer than anybody else. And just says, feels like home.
Maybe stay away from the lava though, Tensel. I don't think I could fix you from that.
Tensel takes 2 steps back towards Catan.
So what are we doing, team?
Well, it looks like the only way is to cross this on the stepping stones, maybe. Does anyone want to lead?
Looking at it from where, like if you're standing on the very edge, looking out to the first flat rock, and it looks fairly flat, and it's the rock itself's probably 8 to 10 feet across. Like it's a good sized platform. Looks like it's about a 15-foot jump from where you're standing. It is gonna, like I say, it's gonna take a little bit to get across there, but it doesn't, like it's not impossible. It's not, you're not looking at it going, oh shit, no, there's no way I'm getting across there. It looks like everyone would be able to make it across, unless you obviously misfooted horribly, obviously.
Raina, remember that time when we were in the Underdark and you threw me across that cavern and I didn't make it, but like if you try really hard this time, maybe I might make it if you throw me?
We can try.
You can certainly try.
Oh, that sounds less appealing now that you say that. But I guess 3 days. How do you even tell how long 3 days are in here?
Exactly. What I actually did forget to tell you is in that crate that Segeric gave you guys was a small stone as well. And he said that over the course of the next 3 days, it will change color. At the moment, it is it's sort of a mild lavender color. And he said that it would start at lavender. When the first day passes, it'll turn to a more of a arcane blue hue on the first day. When the second day passes, it will turn to like a light rose color. And as the last day nears its close, as the magic from the portal starts to wane, it'll start to go black. Once the stone goes completely black, the portal will be closed. And that would have been in that crate, so he would have given that to one of you. That was my bad, I forgot about that. So one of you does have this stone, which you are able to gauge the days, not exact time, but it gives you almost like a magic gauge of the portal itself.
I think Coral should have that. She's the brains of the group.
We can say Coral has it. That's easy now.
I mean, I don't really have much intelligence. I'm more of a wiser person, not really a smart person, you know?
Before the
like
stone
I know wise
turns
decisions,
black.
but I don't have.
That's what he said. Before the stone turns black.
Indeed.
We should probably get moving.
Can I gauge if it's actually going to hold my weight?
They are sturdy, big rocks. Like looking at this from where you're at, I mean, this river of molten magma, if it was going to melt those rocks, it would have done so by now. Like you can see that these obviously are part of the landscape itself, that it is jutting up out of this molten river.
Okay.
If it was gonna destroy them, they wouldn't be there. So they definitely would hold. But probably, I mean, it's 8 to 10 feet across. You probably get 2 or 3 people on the first one, easily enough.
Yeah.
But there's 3 of them in sort of succession to get across, and they all look This one's the smallest. The other two are quite a bit bigger.
Okay. So, you ready for this, Qatar?
Yeah. I have all the faith in the world in you, Raynor. You've got this, big buddy. Oh,
Allow me to scout ahead for Qatar. And since I was ready to make the jump.
Is Tinsel going to make the jump first?
Yeah, Tinsel will make the jump and be ready to assist Qatar at the other end.
So just hold that check there, Raynors. We'll do get Tinsel first with a. So Tinsel, you roll your acrobatics. Easiest way to roll it just straight is to click towards the top, and you won't accidentally hit the others. So Tinsel,
roll a 4
with a 4. As you jump, the distance is good. The footing's bad. As you hit the edge of the platform and you start to slip backwards towards the magma, you get one of these to see if you can catch yourself from falling into the lava. No,
That's a 6.
you do not. As Tinsel launches himself, hits the edge of the stone, misfoots, slides backwards, and you don't sink into it like neck deep immediately. It's quite thick and hot. You're up to your ankles, your calves, your sort of knees in hot molten lava at this point. You will take immediately, oh God, you're lucky, 1 point of fire damage as you start to sink into the molten lava. So, Raynors, I'll get you to make the strength check now, as I would assume. Qatar, you see this. You see your friend leap, hit the edge, and slide down, and now he's starting to sink into this. He's sort of clutching onto the rock, trying to pull himself up, but he's starting to sink into the lava. Do you say anything before Raynors throws you?
He's like, and I imagine he probably throws me before he can get his words.
Yeah, so I'll get you to make that roll now, Raynors. That is a good roll, luckily for you. Why didn't I see that roll?
It's higher up.
Oh, it's up there. Dirty 20, look at that. So, with a dirty 20, you grab scruff of the neck, seat of the pants, and you just take a big step forward and just go, yoink! And you see Qatar go, woo, big R. And Qatar, you go right into the center of the rock. You will take 1 point of bludgeoning damage, which you can remove from your character sheet, you know to do it, and Tinsel, you remove 1 point from yours as well. So you do get there. So in a scurry, you sort of hit and you sort of jar your shoulder, taking 1 point of bludgeoning damage, and you turn and see the scrambling hands of Tinsel on the edge of this rock. What do you do?
I try to pull him up.
I mean, there's no try. I mean, he does weigh a bit, but he's trying to claw himself up anyway. You do manage to get him up onto the rock easily enough. Not before he takes another... 6 points of fire damage. And as you get up, Tinsel, you look down, and the metal from your knees down is glowing red hot. And some of it started to melt and sort of twist and deform with the heat of the magma. But you're now both safely on this first platform.
So who's next?
As Raynors turns and looks at Coral and Arafira.
Is there room for more people
There's
on there?
probably room for one more on there before someone would have to move to the next one.
We'll wait till you guys move to the next one. Just we don't want to overload it.
Yeah, we're good.
But the platform's definitely stable enough. Like, you got Qatar and Tinsel, you're on it. It's not moving. I mean, you get a little bit of a rumble every now and again with just the atmosphere of this place, as the hot winds sort of gust through, and you get some sort of volcanic explosion somewhere shakes the whole, like the ground that you're on, so everything sort of shakes momentarily as these things sort of happen. So, Tinsel and Qatar, you are on this first platform. You have one that looks like it's probably 20 to 25 feet away. It looks like it'd be out of reach, which is almost directly in front of you. There is another one to your right slightly, which is closer, which puts you closer to the third one. So you're probably safer going to the shorter distance.
Maybe the shorter one, and I'll go first just in case you have an accident again, Tinsel. Is that okay with you?
Are you sure? I have calibrated. I believe I will make this one better. But if you are sure, I will follow you.
I will follow you.
Yeah, I think I'll go first on this occasion. Actually, pretty good at jumping. I don't know why I asked Raina to throw me.
But it worked.
It did work. Thank you, Raina.
So, with that, Qatar's opted to make the next jump. You sort of take a step backwards, ground yourself, take 2 steps forward and leap, landing almost Superman pose, that superhero pose in the center, almost dead center of this next boulder, or this next outcropping, with a 21 on the roll. You turn back over your shoulder, give a thumbs up to Tinsel. Are you going to try and aid him in his jump by obviously trying to catch him as he lands, just in case he fails again?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're there to aid whoever's going to be jumping across. Tinsel, are you jumping across to your friend Qatar, or are you waiting here, is the question.
Tinsel will follow Qatar.
So, Tinsel, you will need to make another.
And seeing Qatar's great success, Tinsel will match the footing.
No worries. I would say we'll take it with advantage, because not only are you going to try and match the footing, but you've got Qatar there ready to catch you, like aid you with a hand in case you misfoot again. Natural 20 and a natural 1. Lucky. So that's a natural 20, guys. You do have natural 20 emotes in the chat too, guys, so let's get some natural 20s in the chat. That is a natural 20 from dirty old Tinsel. Subs have animated ones, non-subs have the non-animated ones, but there's natural 20s there. So as you again take that half step back, take a couple steps forward, you throw yourself forward and land almost identically to Qatar, next to him, Superman styles, in the center of the rock. Makes a bit more of a thud because you are a bit heavier, but you definitely you're safe. You're waiting. Are you guys going to wait here? Or are you going to continue forward? This outcropping's definitely bigger, so you probably fit all 5 of you on this particular one. You need it.
We wait just in case the others have an accident coming to this rock. I feel like that's the right thing to do. We'll wait here.
I mean, you're about 25 to 30 feet away. I mean, it is relatively, it's not loud, but it's, this environment is loudish, so there would be, you would probably have to raise your voice a little bit to get the others to hear you. So, who's next?
Arafire telepathically says to Coral, what do you say? We just go back now and leave them to it? Or?
Great. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, those drinks are looking pretty good. No, because then they'll find us, you know? We've got pretty good scouting skills. I say we go.
Alrighty, let's go. And Arafire's going to make the first jump.
Okay, so Arafire is next. So a athletics check from you as well. 13 is enough. Just as you take that leap, you catch your toe on the edge as you leap forward, and you think, "Oh shit!" But then you manage to get your foot, like your left foot, lands on the edge, and you sort of balance there for a second, thinking, "Oh crap, oh crap!" And then you step forward, stumble yourself, and you sort of catch yourself, and you sort of like this, trying to make you like, "Loot, yeah, loot's fine. Didn't get, it's not in the lava. I'm good. I'm good." And you turn around, give him the thumbs up, with probably a really relieved look on your face, I would imagine.
Very much so. And he's going to hold out his hand for anyone who's jumping after him.
No problem. Who's next?
Is it Rainer, between Rainer and Coral?
It's Coral and Rainer's, yeah.
Yeah. Go on, Rainer. You got this.
I can go next, but are you sure you're going to make it?
Well, if you go and then I don't make it, you can just reach out and grab me. Maybe. Possibly.
So, Rainer's, it is then. That was very nearly a natural one. Probably should have made that with advantage too, because our fire is there to help. I'll just add a couple to the I'll lower the DC for that. So, Arafira, you see your large friend Rainer's literally takes 4 or 5 big large steps backwards and just runs. Boom, 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 big lumbering steps. Throws himself forward. Length is good. Trajectory, not so much. You reach out a hand as he sort of lumbers forward, and you grab his hand, and he sort of swings around and catches the edge. Rainer's, your foot will dip into the molten lava as you sort of swung around. You will take 4 points of fire damage. I will remove that from your sheet. Don't panic. As your foot sort of dips into it and pulls back up as our fire pulls you up onto the ledge. It hurt a bit.
Well, there's no more hair on that foot.
So Coral, it leaves you. There is room on there for the 3 of you. Just you will get this roll with advantage because you have 2 pairs of hands to aid you in this roll.
Okay. Coral's gonna reach out her hands already and just make a running leap.
No worries. So click the little green doofer on the dice. Here we go. Oh, that was a natty 1 and a 14. Damn. But you make it. You take that running leap. Both of your companions reaching out their hands as you leap forward. Again, we'll play out the natural 1 almost. Your footing is not great. You don't take any damage, however. You definitely met the DC, but you were scared, like really scared. You as you're sort of flying through the air with your hands outstretched, hoping Rainer's and Arafira are going to catch you. You swear that you're not going to make it. You just swear black and blue. Then all of a sudden, 2 hands latch out, grab yours.
Evil.
Oh crap!
Yep.
I'll be back. 10 o'clock every fucking time.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch. It's just after 10 o'clock every fucking time. I'm gonna spew at my ISP.
Tasmanian internet.
Yeah, Taswegian internet. But I'm back. We did lose everyone for a second. But you managed to make it. You get 2 hands that have reached out and grabbed you and pulled you into safety. Your feet barely missing the magma as you do so. So you're on the first outcropping.
Thanks, guys.
2 more to go.
Yep.
So, Tinsel and Qatar, you are on the second. You've seen your friends make it to the first. They're all good. Rainer's looks like he took a little bit of damage, but he's tough. He can handle it. what's happening next? On to the next one.
Do you want us to stay here and catch you just in case? It looked like some of you, like nearly burnt up. Coral, you want a hand to get over here?
Probably. That would be good.
Okay, so the next one is big enough for all 5 of you to fit on. We're going to retcon these rolls because we don't need to make a roll for each one. It could get pretty hairy. So what I will do, just to make this a little more interesting, is we're going to get a group roll. So we'll get everyone to roll, and I'll just take an average over the lot. We've got a 17 from Guitar, 6 from Rainers, 13 from Arrowfire, 14 from Tensole, and a 6 from Coral. So we've got 2 6s. That brings our average down, but we've got a 14 and a 17. So here's how this is going to play out. Tensole and Guitar, you ready yourselves, waiting for the next person to jump across. Who's going to jump across first out of the 3 of you? Arrowfire, Coral, or Rainers?
I can go first. I'll go first.
So Rainers, you take those 2 large steps forward and you launch yourself. Outstretched hand is met by 2 other outstretched hands. Guitar's a little small, but Tensole's is average size, so you manage to make it across easily enough and not take any damage. They pull you in. You guys position yourselves ready for the next person. Who's next? Arrowfire? Coral?
Do you want to go or do you want me to go?
You could possibly go together as well.
Yeah.
I'll wrap his arm around her waist and go, let's go!
Easily enough done. You both surge forward and jump. Again, you've got the strongest of your party waiting along with the rest of them. With the aid of your 3 friends, you managed to get across to the second sort of flattish rock. The last rock's a little bit of an odd shape. It's got a few steps and stuff in it, so it might take a little bit more to get there. The distance is about the same. It's not too bad. But there will be another group roll for this one as well. The DC will be slightly higher on this one. So we get another group acrobatics, sorry, for this. So we got 17 from Guitar again, 11 from Tensole, a nat 20 from Rainers. That brings the total up. We got a real low roll from Coral. Was that a nat 1? I think it was a nat 1. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a nat
5, I don't know. Yeah,
no, it wasn't a nat 1. I can check. But anyway, it's still low. I think it might have been a nat 1. What's your... No, it can't have been a nat 1.
Don't they come up red if they're nat 1?
Yeah, if it's a nat 1, it would have come up red.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So, with the nat 20 definitely offsets the low roll. But Coral does struggle, again, even with the aid of Arrowfire. She's not happy in this place at all. And she's starting to get a little sweaty, a little upset, and your hands are getting a little greasy. So you do slip and almost fall back off the top. As you all make it to this 3rd rock, you land fine, and you go to reach out and grab the person to pull you up, and because your hands are so sweaty and greasy, you slip backwards like 2-3 steps, and you almost touch the lava before you get grabbed again by someone else and pulled back up. The next jump is an easy one. It's 5 feet onto the other side. So you all make it across the other side. This whole endeavor, because of the slight hesitations and everything else that's sort of been going on, who am I missing? Oh, there we go. You do make it across, but it's taken you about an hour to get across here. Hour and a half, maybe. What you're now faced with is a relatively open area. I've got to find my notes on this area. It is to your right. There's an open cabin. You can sort of from the light there's not a lot of light here either too, guys. You guys you do have torches and things. Right in front of you is a massive set of double doors made of solid stone. They're closed. To your right there's the sort of light from the river is lighting this area. You can see what looks to be scattered bones along the floor. Can't really see much else. As sort of the cabin, it's like a large sort of 10-15 foot wide corridor, sort of weaves around and out of sight. To your immediate left is another smaller corridor, a natural formation of rock leading into looking like a more man-made wall. It seems from where you're currently standing is about what you can see. So it's up to you in which direction you choose to travel in this point. Or do you potentially short rest here? As you've now made it, I'll turn it back over to you. You're now on the other side. You've made it across this perilous river.
Qatar,
Yeah.
which way should we go?
I mean, they both kind of look a bit ominous. Like everything looks a bit ominous, but I'll vote the tunnel just to be useful, and so we're not standing around, wasting time.
Which tunnel, left or right?
The one on the right.
Can I get a marching order before you start moving right? Does everyone agree, firstly and foremost, I suppose? Should actually not jump too far ahead of myself.
Well, he's a lizard, so I'm sure he knows tunnels better than anyone. So I'll go with that.
Denzel has moved to the right tunnel. Started looking inside.
I'll follow.
What is Rainer's doing?
Currently looking at his foot and then goes, yes. Oh, we'll go to the right tunnel.
So give me a marching order as you move towards this tunnel. So obviously Tensel's in front. Where's Qatar in the situation? Does he follow closely with Tensel, or does he bring up the rear? Where would Qatar be?
He'd follow Tensel.
Okay. So that puts, I mean, you can be, it's wide enough you can be sort of side by side, so it's not like it's a huge, it's narrow corridor or anything, so you can sort of go 2 or 3 across if you wish. Who would be sort of next in this lineup? Would you say Rainers?
I'll follow him behind.
And I'd say Coral and Arafara together bringing up the rear.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Just to
Coral is currently pouring a canteen over her head.
Yeah, no worries. It is, and it is, that whole situation is uncomfortable anyway. You've been here for an hour or so now, and the heat here is just, it's not getting any better. Like, you think of a mid-spring day that's heavily clouded over, so that humidity is just held against the ground, and it's just unbearably warm and sticky, like constantly. That's pretty much how this place is. It's just humid all the time.
Yeah. So Qatar, seeing Coral pour the water on her head, he like runs back and stands in front of her, and he just like waves his tail to try and cool her off without saying anything. He just all of a sudden he's in front of her with his little tail going whoop, 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 whoop.
Interesting. As you move forward, I need to just check something here before we go any further. Oh no, that's working. So as you move forward into this chamber, Tensor, as you get forward, as you start to lose the light from the river behind you, it starts to become quite dark. How many of you have dark vision? I know Qatar does not.
I do.
So Arafira does. Tencel does not. Rainers, do you have dark vision? I think as a Goliath, I think you do. If you go to your attributes page, it's under senses. No, Rainers does not have dark vision.
No, I don't have it.
The
How
Arafira,
dark is the dark?
it is getting dark. Like once you lose the light from the so Coral has dark vision. So Coral and Arafira both have dark vision. So as you start to lose the light from the river behind you, as you start moving forward into this cabin or this corridor, it starts to get very, very dark very, very quickly. So who lights a torch, if any?
I'll try lighting the torch.
Because yeah, I mean, Rainers, you can't see without a torch. I mean, Arafira and Coral, you guys are good. You guys have got 60 feet of dark vision. It's in black and white. You can't really see color or anything like that, but you've got a good vision out to 60 feet. You see more bones along the ground, just as Rainers sparks up a torch to give the rest of you the ability to see. What you see before you is another maybe 50 or so feet before the corridor turns in a westerly direction, more to your left. As you walk forward, the crunching of bones under feet is quite evident at this point. There's a lot of bones down here, and a mixed races too. It's kind of hard to tell what exact races are, but you can see a shortened rib cage, which would possibly halfling, dwarf, who knows. There is animal bones here as well as humanoid bones, and there's a lot of them.
Pencil presses forth. Bones are nothing new.
Really hungry down here.
Does everyone follow Tencel as he presses forward?
I'll stand behind Coral
Okay,
and that. Hold the torch behind him.
so you move position slightly, not a problem. Do you continue forward with Tencel is the question.
Yeah, I'm moving forward, yeah.
Everybody else,
Yeah.
Yes.
you continue. Arafira, yes?
Arafara move up next to Tinsel.
You're going to move towards the front? No problem. Arafira moves towards the front. You turn the bend as you get to this sort of turn, the junction, almost, not really a junction, it's just a left turn. With the torchlight that falls in front of you as you turn this corner, you see a pile of bodies. It is very... Yeah, Jesus. Yoshi. A large pile of bodies directly in front of you. Some of them are still juicy, some are not, some are mere husks, completely drained of all liquid meat, literally like the inside's been sucked out, leaving just the taut leathery skin against the bone. But they've literally been piled up in this massive big pile. There's a few sort of sitting against the wall as well, almost mummified in nature. But it seems as you move forward, do you continue to move forward after spying these, or do you stop?
Are you still hungry, Coral?
I hungry? What?
I thought you said you were hungry back there with the bones, and now we've got this.
No. Something is hungry.
Oh, not you.
Should we check these bodies? No. I don't need. You really need to read up on Tritons. You know.
Yeah, I only got halfway through
Fish.
the book.
Oh.
Tencel will slow pace and says to the team, these bones still have their skin. And as he says so, he reaches round with his arms to his back, and as the plates start to shift and his arms come back forward, he is readied with shield and mace, scanning the surroundings. As far as you can see by torchlight, at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, as you sort of, if you take a few more steps forward, it illuminates the large pile of dead. You can see that this cavern doesn't go any further. It dead ends just past the bodies. For all intents and purposes, it kind of looks like it's a dumping ground, perhaps. Maybe a feeding chamber, perhaps. Again, it's kind of hard to tell without getting any closer to the bodies. But the pile would suggest that they've been dumped here, clearly. By what or by who, you have no idea. But it's reasonably smelly here as well. Like, there's definitely a mixture of old and newer corpses, so the scent of death is quite strong here. What I will need everybody to do at this point.
Tinsel would also like to look up, if that helps.
You can look up. It's a cabin. It's a closed-in cabin.
No holes in the ceiling.
No holes. Well, not that you can see. The light sort of, you lose the top of the ceiling in some parts to the light and to the darkness. But I do need everybody to roll that for me. Ooh, someone got an 81. So we got some low rolls. So we got a natural 20 from somebody.
I think I rolled that twice.
Arafira got a natural 20. Rainers with a 5. Coral with a 17. So Coral, you're actually not too bad. This con save was for the heat again, as the heat was starting to become a little unbearable for many of you. For two of you in particular. 2 nat 20s in there. Thank you, Magic. So Qatar and Arafira both rolling natural 20s. You two are fine. The heat doesn't seem to bother you so much for whatever reason. You're a cold-blooded creature, Qatar, so that would make sense. The heat isn't too much of an issue for you. In fact, it probably feels quite nice for you. Arafira, yeah, you used to be hot and sweaty. Doesn't bother you at all. Typical bard. Coral, you, for unknown reasons, are starting to maybe get used to the heat. It's weird, uncomfortable, but you're okay. You're bearing it. Tinsel and Rainers, however, Tinsel, you will take 1 point of damage, and who was the other one? Rainers, you will take 4 points of damage. I'll take yours off. Dan, so good. I know Neon knows how to do it, so I'll let him do his. So the heat here is starting to take its toll on you two, as you start to take a little bit of damage from the heat. So, what are you doing? Do you proceed forward? Do you go back? What is the intent here now that you've seen that this corridor dead ends maybe 10 feet past the bodies?
Oh, this is a dead end. Told you we shouldn't have trusted the lizard.
Sorry, everyone. Arafire is right. You probably shouldn't have trusted me on this occasion.
It's starting to get a bit hot. We should turn around.
Maybe Katana, you should fan him with your tail. That really helped me.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And he rushes over like really quick and stuff.
I mean, it creates a little bit of a breeze, but down here it's a warm breeze. Doesn't really help much at all, unfortunately. I mean, it's like trying to have a fan running when you've got a stinking hot day and it's just dragging hot air from outside and pushing it inside.
Should we try the other tunnel?
Well, there's nothing down here, so might as well.
Yeah, I think we should turn
It
around.
starts going back.
So, as everyone has agreed, you start heading back the way you came. Easily enough done. You move back towards the river of magma, come back round towards the big double stone doors and the other corridor, the other open corridor, which narrows slightly, but then opens up as you move through it. There's a narrow sort of 5-6 foot wide corridor which you have to single file for a moment, then opens back out to sort of 10-12 feet wide. Ahead of you, maybe 20 or so feet before it turns westerly again. But this area is different. You've got behind you as you come through this sort of small tunnel is natural rock formation, like it's been carved, almost like carved in naturally. But the opposite wall, and now you've moved sort of into this area, is now more man-made. It looks more tooled, not so much like a man-made wall, but the whole area now looks like it's been tooled more straight. That like you got none of that natural curvation of the natural rock, but straight corridor. So it definitely seems more man-made in this particular area. I will get you all now to make a perception check as you move into this area. Another natural 20. Holy shit. 2 natural 20s. Jesus Christ, guys. The natural 20s everywhere. The Arafire and Coral with a natural 20. Rainers with a 2. So Rainers, you don't notice anything. You're looking at the stone thinking, fuck, this is kind of cool. I'd live down here. Bit warm, but apart from that, it's pretty good. Arafire and Coral, as you sort of move forward, both of you swear that you heard something. Kind of hard to tell what direction it came from. It was a little echoey, but you thought you heard a woman's voice. Qatar, yours probably a little low to sort of hear it. You may have heard something on the ear in the echo, but you probably put it down to the sounds of what's happening around you outside, perhaps. But Arafire and Coral, you definitely heard a woman's voice say something. You couldn't make out what it was. It was a soft voice, but it spoke maybe 2-3 words, perhaps.
You say something, Coral.
That was not me. No.
No hearing voices.
No.
Oh well.
Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that woman? I'm saying it to everybody.
No, just Arafire. And Arafire's not a woman. I don't believe.
Oh, this rock formation is just tremendous.
I love it.
I don't think that's rock.
I knew you'd
formation
like that
anymore.
rock.
He loves his rocks, okay?
Should we call out? Yeah, that's why I got him rock. Should we call out or should we sneaky?
I don't feel like there's anything in the hells that you want to call out to. So perhaps we be quiet. Can we be quiet? Oh,
I mean, not in this outfit.
I yell at the top of my lungs and go, "What'd you say?"
Jesus Christ. That sounds like a Raina's thing to do. So Raina sort of bellows. What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Is it kind of? It does echo a little bit in this cabin. How do you guys react to that?
Cast facepalm.
Yeah. Tencel casts facepalm.
Yes, as facepalm is cast, everyone in a 600-foot radius knows something really stupid just happened.
I said we should be quiet.
Sorry.
Well, if you were wanting to be quiet, too late now. It seems. What are we doing?
We're more of a
walking, by the way.
Is Tencel just walking forward?
we're more of a full-on
Tencel reminds me so much of fucking Droplet.
We, like facing things head on. That's us. So we'll
As
be
you
right.
sort of turn Katara and see Tencel look just about ready to disappear around the corner about 15 feet from you.
I'll follow him behind very quickly.
Yeah.
You'll move up. Shit. So you all quickly follow behind Tencel, obviously not intending to be quiet at all with the loud voices that you have exhibited. You move forward, you turn the corner and find yourself in another narrow corridor which leads further westward, then eventually turns back towards the south. You can now hear, all of you, as you start moving southward following Tencel, as he just seems to be nonchalantly just moving following this corridor. You are now sort of faced with what seems to be a woman, just maybe 20, 30 feet in front of you. Is a very elaborate sort of, it's not like it's kind of like a room has been set up down here, but there's a rather nice four-poster bed with a, I would say, scantily dressed elven woman sort of laying on the bed, looking in your direction, hand on the side of her head, sort of head cocked to one side, looking more or less right at you guys as you start rounding this corner. Across the room from her is a stand-up mirror. Looks like there's a dresser or something there as well. In the corner is a big pile of seems to be like just blankets in a corner. Not entirely sure what that's all about.
Can I make an insight check upon reaching this room?
What are you trying to determine, Pencil, with an insight check?
How, I mean, obviously we're in Avernus, but how aggressive the motives of this being may appear to me.
Interesting. Okie dokie. Make an insight roll. Dirty 20.
As a dirty 20.
Doesn't seem aggressive at all. In fact, quite the opposite. She seems relaxed. As she's lying there, fully relaxed, and again, she's not wearing a hell of a lot. Very thin, very small sort of bodice, and almost like. Remember I Dream of Jeannie, of those who are old enough to remember that kind of dress, but it's very sheer and almost see-through. And she sort of says, it appears we have guests. Come in. Come and join me, all of you.
Coral Arafira.
In your pants.
I think this is for you.
I need all of you
I look.
to make a wisdom saving throw.
She said
Arafira,
wrong.
you're Arafira, you don't need to make this save because you are unaffected by this. So Raina's with a natural 20. 8 from Tencel, 11 from Coral. So Qatar and Raina's, you are unaffected by the allure of this woman's voice and her beckoning to you. However, Arafira, you're also unaffected by this. You know, you've felt this before. You know this all too well. She's tried to get inside your mind. You felt that pressure before, and you as an elf are immune to the effects of this kind of attack. Coral, however, and Tencel, you are not immune to this kind of thing. So Tencel, you believe this woman is not aggressive. She's not a threat at all. In fact, she's quite lovely. You don't see her as an enemy in any way, shape or form. Coral, you're the same. You don't see her as a threat. In fact, you find her quite alluring, and you wish to be closer to her. Both of you do. So I would say we're not in initiative or anything at this point. So Tencel and Coral, you both just nonchalantly start wandering forward towards her. You just want to be closer to her for some reason. You're not entirely sure why, but you start moving closer to her. Arafira, I will give you an option to attempt something here. Rainers and Qatar, you felt a presence initially, and then it sort of went away. You're not sure exactly what it is. Rainers, you're definitely not sure what it is. You've never dealt with this kind of thing before. I mean, you've probably had something similar, but you're not entirely sure what the situation is. I mean, you find her quite beautiful. You all do. You're not entirely sure why Coral and Tencel are just strolling forward as if there's no danger. I mean, you're still wary. You're a warrior. You're very wary of situations. But Arafira, you know exactly what's happened. You know that they are not themselves right now. So I'll give you an opportunity to do something in return if you so wish at this point.
Seeing them wander forward, his Arafire moves up, grabs Coral by the hand first and says, "She was talking to me," and he's going to slap her. And he's going to do the same thing to the other one.
You're gonna slap them both quickly. Not a problem.
Slap in the face.
You're gonna give him a slap. Okay then, with being slapped, you will both make your wisdom saves again.
Oh shit.
Tencel, you snap out of whatever this was. As Arafire walks up, grabs Coral by the hand, spins you around and just twack across the cheek. Left hand across Tensel's cheek. Tencel, you sort of get that quick head movement, and you blink your eye, your orbs, your optical sockets, and you sort of snap out of it. You think, okay, that's weird. You don't find her quite so enticing, alluring now. You're definitely more in that concern mode, more so than wanting to be close to her. Coral, however, you're quite annoyed that Arafira just slapped you. This woman's awesome. You just want to be closer to her. Why would you slap me?
She looks like a cool drink of water, and I need a drink, Arafira. You know what I mean? And I slap him back.
No need to worry about that damage. It's probably not going to be enough for damage. I get the feeling you two have probably slapped each other silly for back. You've done this quite a bit. So it's just a quick twat back, and Coral turns I will get. This is going to be a contested roll here because Arify does still have you by the hand. So we need to make a contested strength check here, guys.
Oh, I am not strengthy.
The Arify with a 10. So 10 to beat.
Oh.
Is it gonna roll? Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Nope.
Oh!
You are unable to move any closer. You slapped him. He hasn't let you go. Tinsel, at this moment you've snapped back to your senses. You now know, now that you've come back to senses, that you've been affected by some form of magic. You look at what's going on, what's sort of taking place in front of you. You see Arifara hanging on to Coral's hand or wrist. That's just, he slapped her, you didn't see that, but you've seen her slap him and try and turn and pull away, and he's managed to hold her grip and stop her from getting any closer to this creature. Oh, this lady. This woman's actually just grinning and chuckling softly to herself. She hasn't said anything else. She's amused by what she sees. You know you've been under the influence of magic, so you can, I would say that you would be, in this point, without an insight check, with a passive insight, would understand that Coral is also affected by whatever you've just come out of.
It's a bit weird, Raina. Usually they just share in these situations, and I guess maybe it's like a one and done deal and only one of them can have her. Am I reading this right?
Seems to be, but
Come on, magic.
I just thought they shared everything. So,
Yeah.
Ansel is going to cast Word of Radiance against this being.
You need to get a whole lot closer to cast Word of Radiance. It's only a 5-foot range.
Well, have we not moved that close to it yet?
No, not yet.
Like, enthralled.
Yeah, you were in that direction. You're still about 15 feet from her.
Very good.
So you have not
Oh,
quite
not
got
too
that close. Although Coral
I could
is
walk
Coral
closer.
is right next to you and under some form of enchantment.
No.
Okay, it was worth a shot. So what are we doing, guys? This is taking place quite all simultaneously, just for timekeeping sake. So, Tinsel, what are you doing at this moment? You're about 15 feet away from the bed. You're standing right next to Coral and Arifira. You're seeing what's played out between them.
I
Secret
will also
text.
slap Coral.
That'll work for me. I mean, it's one of those things. It's one of the only ways to stop it, unless you have obviously dispel magic, but it does prompt a save. Nope.
Dear Lord in heaven.
It's a 10, but still not enough,
Tempest
unfortunately.
be praised.
So, Coral, you've just been now slapped by your friend Tinsel. Does Tinsel say anything to Coral in this moment? Or do you just slap her?
Just slapped him.
Just slap her. You've now been slapped by 2 of your friends for no apparent reason. You can't understand why. You just want to be
What
close
is wrong
to.
with you two?
You just want to be with this woman. Like, she's everything. Like, amazing.
Clearly, you guys are under some kind of charm spell against. Like, obviously, she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You get it, don't you, Rainer? And I'm gonna cast guidance on Rainer.
What's the range on guidance? The Rainer's still not. He's not next to
D4
you.
ability check. Oh, I'm
60
gonna
feet.
cast it on
Yeah, guidance is a touch spell.
Arifira, who's
Yeah.
touching me.
Yeah,
Cast it on Arifira.
no worries.
Clearly, come on.
So
We've done this before.
I can actually put guidance on Arifira.
Yeah.
I've got to find my thing. Where's the thing? There it is.
It's yours touch, is it? Because mine's 60 feet.
Actually, it might be.
Mine's guidance. Yeah, you touch. You touch
I'm pretty sure guidance is a
a
touch
willing
spell.
creature.
Okay, well, that must be
You have
Rachel
to be
then,
willing.
Could be.
or something else.
Yeah, no, guidance is definitely a touch. Even on yours, it says touch.
On mine, it says 60 feet.
I'm reading yours right now.
Oh, it's got guiding whispers. That's something else.
Yeah,
Touch.
guidance is a support spell, and yeah, your racial feature, which is it's a bardic thing.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Yeah, guiding whispers. That's a College of Spirits thing. That one.
Sweet.
All good.
So,
Hey, we've got to learn these things, don't we? So you have guidance for the next minute, which will automatically trigger, so you don't have to worry, don't have to remember it. So that's been said. Rainers and Qatar, what are you doing in this instance? You're seeing this play out. You watch, and both of you are watching this woman. She's still just lying on the bed, and head on her hand, and she's just grinning, watching all this play out. She hasn't moved.
Could I grab both of them on the shoulder and just like tell them something is not right? Sort of.
You want to grab Coral?
Yeah.
So you move up, because you were a little way back. So you move up. Qatar, do you move up into the group as well?
Yeah, so Qatar moves up and he talks to the lady who's laying down. So, excuse me, miss, are your mostly uncovered breasts having some sort of weird effect on my friends?
And you shake Coral. Is that right, Rainers?
Yeah, to like snap out of it.
No worries. We get another wisdom save. This is another chance.
All right, come on. Come on.
You do have an advantage. Not that you need it now. You're good. You guys do have an advantage, so just remember that. You do have an advantage roll that you can choose to use at some point. So you do finally snap out of it. As I'd say, Rainers doesn't just shake you. He comes in, grabs you by both shoulders, looks at you, Arafira, and you instantly let Coral go. As Rainers, you grab her by the shoulders and pick her up like a foot off the ground, and just give her a good sharp shake. Do you say anything to her as you do this?
Snap out of it.
And you get this jolt, and then all of a sudden it jolts your mind and memory, your brain a little bit, and then he sort of gently puts you back down as the effects of whatever this is start to wear off, and you realize that, oh shit, okay, it wasn't them, it was me, and you realize that something is not right here. It's in this moment that she rises off the bed, hearing Guitar talking about her mostly exposed breasts, and she simply says, "Of course. Why wouldn't they? Are they not epic?" As she pushes her chest forward, but as she does so, her form starts to shift and change and morph. Her skin starts to darken from the soft tone of pink that you would just witness to a more olive reddish hue. Large leathery wings unfurl from behind her and outstretch. Her eyes shift from the piercing green that they once were to more of a yellowy red, with the irises slit like a reptile. She's still dressed in this provocative manner as a tail starts to appear from behind and snake out, sort of wraps itself around her right leg almost. And she cocks her head to one side. "Welcome to hell." As she grins, bearing a couple of rows of very razor sharp teeth. And as that happens, stepping out from under the blankets over in the far corner is a large canine creature with veins of red and orange sort of snaking up its chest and neck into its sort of furry mane, as it sort of shakes its head, steps forward, and again yellow red infernal eyes as a large hellhound steps forward and growls viciously in your direction. And that's where we're going to call tonight's session, guys. That's pretty much bang on 3 hours. Because I know Drax, I mean, it's 11 o'clock here for us, but it is Saturday. But still, I'm going to keep these sessions to about 3 hours.
Keep going.
You sure?
Yep.
You sure? Yep. We'll call it after this combat then. We'll go through this combat situation.
So it is.
So,
Everyone else is happy.
she simply says, "Welcome to hell," and changes her form, which initiates the combat. So, what we're going to do here, and I can open my shit. We are going to firstly do this, so you guys know exactly where you're at. Let me know when you're all loaded in, and I'll get you all to roll initiative.
Still loading.
Yeah, it might take a little while. If you have to refresh. But I won't. I'm not going to start the combat until everyone's rolled initiative and we are ready to go.
There are 2 of most of us.
Is it?
For some reason, yep.
I'm only seeing one.
Yeah, on my end I can see 2 corals, 2 guitars, 2 tensils.
Oh, I can too.
Yeah, did that I think the last game we played.
I think I know why. I do think I know why. It's because I think I initiated the initiative before I activated the scene. Which will probably do it. So, I'll look, pencils was 17. I can remove the one that's not the right one, so. Remove combatant. And we have. Oh, it's even rolled the initiative twice. I'll remove the lower ones. We'll have all 5 initiatives because why not? Pencil, 2 corals, 2 guitar. Remove that. We only have 1 Rainers, which is interesting. So we've got Tinsel, Coral, Elfire, Guitar, Rainers, Hellhound, and Succubus. Are you still loading, Dan?
Yeah, I'm still loading. I'm at 98% apparently.
It will. Sometimes it will do that. Try refreshing the page.
I'll refresh now.
Because sometimes what you do is just you can hit escape and then just reload application as well. That will sometimes work. Morphin, she's a Power Ranger, 100%. Arafira. I'll keep your guidance for at least 1 round. Only lasted a minute, so that whole situation would have taken at least that, but I'll leave it on for the first round. Still loading in. Aussie internet, man, I'll tell you.
Spot on.
Okay, I'm gonna go make a coffee.
Every other time it rolled alright.
It's weird, yeah. It is a big map though, like, so it may, and this is a little bit more detailed than those other pages.
I can hear the sound now.
Well, that's at least that's good. Getting closer. I mean, I can roll your initiative for you. That's not a big issue.
May have to, because I'm still loading.
I'll roll your initiative so you don't have to worry about that when you load. And your last initiative anyway, so we'll probably move forward and hopefully yours loads in the process. Make sure that on your browser that you have hardware acceleration turned on. That's generally one issue you can have with Foundry.
Where do I find that?
It'll be in your browser settings. I can't remember exactly where. Browser settings under performance, maybe?
Saver, reload pages.
So if you go to your browser settings, so at the top of your browser, you got if you're using Chrome.
Yeah.
So there's 3 dots at the top right of Chrome, and then go to that'll bring your menu up. Go to settings, and then in settings under system, just make sure that you've got use hardware acceleration when available turned on.
Which one, sorry?
Use hardware acceleration when available. There should be 3 options there. Should be the middle one.
Which one you got? Performance? Is it under performance?
No, system.
System. Yeah, it's clicked on.
Okay. Because sometimes that will have an issue. Try hit escape, and does it give you the option to reload application?
Yeah, it's giving me the option to reload application or log out.
So click reload application, and we'll see how that goes. So we'll kick this combat off anyway. You're last on the initiative, so it's not a huge deal. So she gets the initiative. She looks at you all and just smiles. And she kind of looks at you, Coral, with those amazing eyes of hers, knowing the effect that she's had on you. And what did she do? She's gonna do it again, just because why not? She knows she had control of you once, so she's gonna try again. Coral, you need to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
I was also reloading my application.
Okay.
So,
We'll wait till it loads. It's all good.
can you make it for me?
I
Are you
can.
gonna put it
I
for
can
me?
make it for you. Easily enough.
I trust you. Go for it.
Yep. No, you saved it. You're good. You feel that pressure on your mind again. That alluring voice comes into your head, and it's beautiful. It's probably the most beautiful voice you've ever heard. But you managed to stave off that thought of just walking forward to her again. And she looks at you and sees you not become under her influence, and she just pouts. And she's, oh, such a pity. And instead, she moves forward. Whoop, wrong way. Moves forward to you. So beautiful. Not so much after this. And she attacks you with a claw, strikes you across the face with her clawed hands, and deals, I believe, 4 points of slashing damage as she strikes you across the face. And that is her turn. It is now Kensal. It is your turn with Coral on board. I will unpause it so you can move and do your thing.
I thank you. Just making sure I'm targeting.
Yes, looks like you are.
Very good, very good.
We will also go to this scene before I forget. so that the rest of the peoples can see what's going on.
Yes. Combat scene. That's... I need to move a little closer, I think. To be
yes, you do.
Touch
You need to
range.
move
It's
one more.
It's difficult to tell.
Yeah,
Because I kind of stand on top of her if I do that.
Yeah, I can move between you.
Thank you. So yes, I'll move in range and readying with my shield hand to reach forth and touch this creature. Channeling his magic through into his hand. Tensor casts level 1 inflict wounds.
One in wound
It's the creature.
passed away.
I haven't used magic on this before though, so
So all you same as
click it
before,
with
you
my
target
spell
her
book.
and click it same as any attack. So you hover
Yes.
over the picture and click the same thing. And anything that's
There's
a
a nat one.
natural 20, doing 57 points of necrotic damage. As you reach out, she does take damage. However, it does not seem to affect her as much as you would think. But she definitely felt it, and she shoots a very intense look at you and hisses loudly in your direction, a forked tongue snaking out of her mouth through the teeth and back again. Is that your turn?
Yeah, that will conclude.
That would conclude your turn. Carl, it is now your turn. Have you loaded yet?
I haven't loaded, but I would like to look at her, and I would like to cast blindness deafness at the 2nd level,
I can do
which
that.
she'll need to make a con save.
I can do that from your sheet. So she needs to make a con save. I will remove the
Yeah.
spell.
Thank you.
I'll remove the spell slot. It's all good.
Yep.
So, just get something here just quickly. Cool. She is going to make a con save. Which she does so with a 19. So I believe that is a save.
I just snap my fingers and I stamp my foot and pout, and
That is your
That's
action.
me.
You do a bonus action if you wish.
I might move back a little bit if I can.
She
About
will,
15 feet.
she will get an attack of opportunity. You are in
Oh,
melee
okay,
with
never
her.
mind.
Yeah, she
I'm just
attacked
gonna
you,
stay.
so
Yeah,
she'll
I'm
stay
gonna
there. No problem.
That's fine.
That's you. Next up, Arafira.
Alrighty. Yeah. Airfire is gonna pull out his loot. He's going, well, I don't think it's us that can't resist you. I think it's you that can't resist us. And he is going to play on his lute. Where my thing went? There's got to be a morning after if we can hold on through the night.
Oh, I love it.
We have a chance to find the sunshine. Let's keep looking for the light. And he's gonna cast guidance on Coral.
No worries.
I told you I was gonna sing. Fucking deal with it.
Well done. Well done, sir.
Can't remember how to
Flip
play.
that chat. Flip it up.
Okay.
So guidance on Coral. You can target her and cast it, or just
remember
like
how to target.
alt click.
Alt click. Thank you. And see spell book guidance. Oop, that one there.
You are now concentrating as well. Apparently, yeah, it's a concentration spell. So
It's
that-
concentration spell. That's my action. I don't think we've got a bonus action, but I'm just going to keep playing my loot.
So
Loudly
your
and-
guidance will have gone after that. I'll remove it from you. Put it on you. You need to, you're concentrating. Cool. So, is that your action?
Can I seduce you with my pain, or is that classed as an action?
That would be an action.
Okay, sweet. So use my action.
So that's your action. So you got a bonus action if you wish. That was a cantrip, so you can.
I don't have anything off the top of my head, so that's fine.
No worries. Done. So that's you. Next up is the Hound, who surges forward right into you, Tinsel, and he will attack you with his. He is going to make a biting attack. Ooh. No, he's not. He's going to move slightly past you. There. He's going to turn. And he is going to. Oh, we can't get all of you. Can get you two though. He's going to breathe fire. So, Rainers and Arafira, you both, if you're in, Rainers, Dan, have you loaded in yet? You have? So in the chat there you'll see the saving throw. Just click on your token once and then hit that saving throw, or dexterity saving throw in the chat. And Arafira will need to do the same as well. So we've had, both of you fail. Well, Rainers fails at least. Rainers fails.
14, mine was above
good. So you'll take half that damage. So I will mark damage for you. So you take 5 points of fire damage. And Rainers, you take 9 points of fire damage. And I'll remove that from yours as well. As he just opens his mouth and his mouth starts to glow red and he just releases a breath of flame in your direction. That is his turn. Next is, I've removed that. Next up is Qatar. It's your turn. With Rainers on board. Has yours loaded yet, Hex?
No, it's okay. I'll wing it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've got your character sheet, eh? You know what you've got?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can make the rolls from my end if you've got your D&D Beyond sheet up. So.
Yeah, good.
So, Qatar, it's your turn.
So Qatar looks up at his companions. He's like, "Oh, that looks like it hurts." And he like tries to get past him. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, pardon me." And he gets to the corner over here.
Yep, easily enough. Just quickly before I forget, Arafira in the chat. Can I get you just to again click on your token once and make that con save?
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's a concentration check. Yeah. You should be good. It's DC 10. You know you're good.
Yeah. Thank you.
I forgot it popped up in the chat, so no, you're good. So yes, Qatar, you moved through, you sort of stepped around, pushing through, getting to a position.
Yeah, and I grab my quarterstaff in both hands, and I try and smack her as hard as I can in the boobs, because I think that's that's what's wrong.
At advantage for flanking, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you moved. You haven't changed it.
It was changed on my thing.
Just roll it twice, dude. Or you can quickly set it. It's easy enough. We've got time.
1, 2.
second one definitely hits, so you're good. Doing 8 points of damage.
Yeah, and I will use my. Oh, where are you? It's gone. Everything is stuffed up. My crusher feature that'll push her back 5 feet.
Does she need to make a strength save for it?
Nope. She just gets smacked. I'll put it in the chat.
Crusher. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with an attack, you deal bludgeoning damage. You can move it 5 feet to an unoccupied space, provided the target is no more than one size larger than you. Always thought that should come with a save, but hey,
I think it's because it's a feature.
Yeah.
That's my feet.
Which direction are you going to shove her? Directly back or?
Yeah, back towards the bed.
Oh, that was you. Wrong one. Take her back towards the bed. So I will say in that instance then, because she has been forced out of melee range of both well, not so much Tenstall, but Coral. Coral, you get an attack of opportunity, which I can make for you. So let's see what you've got. Oh, you got a mace. Mace or trident? Oh, you know you have a trident, don't you? We decided it was a trident.
Trident. Yeah.
I'll remove the mace from there and we'll make it a trident. So before she moves, I'll put it back there, otherwise it won't let me do it. With your trident, attack of opportunity, which you unfortunately miss her with an 11. Nice try though. And she gets shoved back 5 feet, which still leaves her in melee contact with you, Tensil. Rayners, is now is that your turn? Guitar.
Yep.
It's now Rayner's turn. So Dan, here you can use your arrow keys to move your token. You can move through your companions, so they will sort of move out of the way if you need to move. However, you are in base to base or melee contact with the Hellhound, so if you do move away from him, he will get an attack of opportunity. So if you're wanting to attack it,
Yeah, I'm going to attack the Hellhound.
okay, so click on the Hellhound once just to highlight it, and then, or you can alt click, sorry, so hold Alt and click it, and it should target it.
Or click the Hellhound.
Alt click.
And then
Yeah. So hold Alt and then left click. There you go. And then with your character sheet, or wherever you're rolling from, whatever weapon you're going to use, hover over the image of the weapon, and then just click that.
I'm going to hit it with the battle axe.
Yep.
So just click the dice on the side of it.
Yep. And it'll automatically roll your roll to hit, which you unfortunately miss. I believe, however, you get 2 attacks, so you get to do that again. Level 5, Barbarian gets 2 attacks.
So I swing at it again with the battle axe.
Yes, you can. That is better. That hits. 23 to hit. As Rayner raises battle axe and swings down at the Hellhound. It yelps loudly as it takes 8 points of slashing damage. I believe. Let's have a quick look at your. You are a barbarian, so at this point, if you wish to, you can choose to rage as a bonus action.
Yeah, I'll be after that hit. I'll rage.
No problem. So as a bonus action, Rayner's rages, and I can add that to you too because I'm clever. So how does Rayner's rage? Does he go into a full battle cry mode? Sort of describe how you think he would entice his rage.
You'll take the first swing and you'll just yell out a big cry and grunt, and then go into like a war style like cry to go into battle.
Awesome. Easy enough done. You missed the first hit. You swing down with the second. As you do so, you let out the loud battle cry of your clan. Echoes through these chambers. Sort of, you feel yourself almost enlarging slightly. your muscles tense, your veins start to pulse and stick out as you move into your rage. That is your turn. Back to the top of the initiative order with her. She grins once again, looks around. She looks at you, Katag, smiles sweetly in your direction. Why would you attack me? It's not very nice. You, sir, need to make a wisdom saving throw. Once again, you stave off the charms of this creature. Again, she pouts. Oh well. Moves back into combat with you. Targets you. Smiles
I'm
sweetly.
assuming
Yes.
there that she's just stepping forward, but just map-wise, is that stepping out of
She's
range? of me
technically
or
still
not?
in combat with all of you guys.
Oh, good.
But yeah. The map's
Just
kind of,
making
the map is a little off, but so yeah, she smiles sweetly as she slashes forward with her claws, dealing 4 points of damage to you. She rakes you across the shoulders and chest. So I'll move her where she would probably be, which would be about there. So she's still in melee with all three of you. And that is her turn as she rakes across you, Qatar. Pencil, was that your turn? Once again.
Tinsel sees Qatar in danger. And an unbridled wrath starts to build within him. And goes in for the strike with his mace, but as he's doing so, a heat flows through from his chest into his arm, into the mace, and he casts Searing Smite
Nice.
at level 2.
I don't. It should allow you to when you go to cast it. It should give you an option to up level it. Hopefully.
I think I have to do it from a bonus because it's a bonus action.
I think so. Yeah.
It's not doing it from there. If I do cast.
Either
spell.
way, give me a second. Searing Smite. I can remove the spell slot if it's an issue. There is a con save to be made on a failed save that takes 1d6 fire damage. So do your attack with your
Go for the
weapon.
hit. Let's
Yeah.
go for the hit.
Roll your weapon attack, and we will. I will remove the spell slot, and I'll just make the save. Easiest way to deal with that.
Apparently, it's out of range of me.
Really? He's right next to you. Try that. I did make her a little bit larger than she actually is, so there you go.
14.
So 14 misses, so your Searing Smite would not activate either.
Fair play.
Do you have an extra attack level? No, you don't.
I don't think so.
No, you don't. Not as a cleric. Just had to be sure. So your Searing Smite is still on your weapon.
Still active, yeah. Just hasn't been triggered.
Indeed. Anything else? As she sort of grins sweetly at you as she dodges to one side as you swing your mace.
Nothing more than the intense glare of his molten eyes more fiercely.
That is your
That's it.
turn. Carl, it's your turn.
Coral is going to channel her divinity and pray to Tempest. Tempest, help us slay off this sumptuous beast and finish her. And she's going to, it's in my features, use the destructive wrath, which will deal maximum thunder or lightning damage. And
so
she's
deal
going
maximum
to
damage
cast
instead of rolling
call.
for lightning or thunder damage. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to
And she's
cast
going to call lightning
all lightning. Okay, you can still do that.
down behind her. Well, let's see. Features. I know Channel Divinity is no action.
No, that's fine. You just
And then Destructive Wrath. Yeah.
so your destructive wrath
special.
is a special, so that does not cost you your action. It's one thing you can do. So what you'll do in your spell, you're going to cast call lightning.
Call lightning.
So I can do it if you want me. So you ping on the map where you want to target it. You want to just target it behind her,
I would
right?
like to stick it behind her. Yeah, because it'll hit anybody within 5 feet. So I don't want to hit her
Call
friends.
lightning is huge. It's
Yeah,
got a
but then you can- it
massive
says,
template. You're gonna have to target it outside of. It's got a massive
It
range.
says choose a point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's
But
a
then it says
60-foot
when you
radius.
cast the spell, choose
Hang
a
on, what is
point.
it? Cylinder's 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. Centered on a point you can see within range.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you centered it at the back of the room, it's going to hit everybody. It's a
Well, then it says when you
60-foot.
cast the spell, choose a point. Choose a point you can see under the cloud. A bolt of lightning flashes down from that point. Each creature within 5 feet of that point
Oh, okay.
must make a
Well,
dex
it's
save.
it's automatically targeting everyone. Yeah. Storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder. It's 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. Centered on a point you can see within range directly above you. So you can only put it up directly above you. Spell fails if you can't see the point in the air where the storm cloud could appear. For example, if in the room you can't, if the room can't accommodate the cloud, you would know. In this area, reading that, you would know that it would not
can't
work.
accommodate the
Yeah, it would
cloud.
not work in this room. This room's too
All
small.
right. Well, I will try Shatter on her then.
I'll give you that
Because
spell.
that's thunder.
I'll give you that spell slot back. So shatter.
So- I'll cast a large ringing noise and like thunder's gonna roll across the caverns and echo off the walls, and she needs to make a con save.
So you know where you need to target it. So if you target it just behind her on the edge of the bed, it'll hit just her.
Yeah.
So you'll target it there, and that's where she will now have to make con save, which she fails. So she takes maximum damage.
Ooh.
So what is the maximum damage of shatter? 3d8 thunder damage. So it's
Shatter.
24.
24.
24 thunder damage. Nice. As the thunderous sound of shattering stone and stuff is heard, she's rocked. She did not expect that. She's starting to look a little rough. Is that your turn, Coral?
That is me for now.
That is you for now. I'll just remove the call lightning condition from you as well. Second. Because you're no longer concentrating. Second. Oh no, it's a shattered template, that's right. We will remove that as well. Right, so that's you, Arafira. It is now your turn.
How close is she to the bed?
10 feet-ish.
10 feet away from it.
Yeah.
How long is the tail?
You can't tell from where you're at.
Damn it. Alrighty. I am going to.
I'm a little worried about what you were thinking there, but okay. Oh shit.
I had good reason, but it's all good. Doesn't matter.
Still good. What are you doing?
That's right. I won't bother that. I am going to use minor illusion, and I'm going to put a shape of a bucket over her head so that she can't see. In general, it won't touch her or anything, and if she moves, she'll move through it.
You can certainly try. Yeah, you can try that. Whether it will affect, you won't know whether it will affect her until her turn. But for all intents and purposes, there's a minor illusion of a bucket on her head.
Well, a fairly decent sized bucket. Trying to obscure her view of stuff.
Okay. Anything else?
And he is going to continue.
That's an action, yeah?
That's an action, yes. Is going to continue with his lute and continue to play and continue to sing. Oh, can't you see the morning after? It's waiting right outside the store. Why don't we cross the bridge together and find a place that's safe and warm? And
Okay.
that's my turn.
That's your turn. Fair enough. So for all intents and purposes, she has a bucket on her head. It is now the hound's turn. Yeah, the hound's kind of not happy with any of you right now. I do need to roll something. Nope, did not get that back. So he is going to bite you, Rainas, and misses. Oh no, he hits you. Holy shit! I thought he'd miss, but he hits you with a whole. It does 13 points of piercing damage as he bites down on you. But you'll only take half of that because you are raging. So he bites down on your thigh. And you just look down and whatever. 6 points of damage. That is its turn. Guitar, back to you. Which I believe... Oh, you're over there. You're muted, Grim.
So a little bit concerned that she's now got a bucket on her head and not being very bright himself, he just smacks her again in the region he thinks is causing the problem with his stick.
Right in the boobus.
Mm-hmm.
At advantage from where... Oh, yeah, no, you still be advantage. Pencils probably should have been at advantage as well.
I thought I fixed it, but it still didn't work.
Nope, still... All right, roll it again. Second one definitely hits. And she takes 6 points of the bludgeoning type damage.
Yep.
She's not looking good. She's not happy with you.
Yeah. And as my bonus action, I'm going to try and bite her as well. Probably somewhere in the upper thigh region.
Yeah, probably, because you're not exactly tall.
Hungry jaws.
You might like it.
She might like it.
That hits. That's another 9 points. That does more damage than your freaking attack. And how do you want to do this, Mr. Grim? As you chomp down on the where are you chomping down on?
The upper thigh. So she looks like she has those large boots on.
Yes, she does.
Yeah. And he's kind of reluctant because he's not really keen, but he's feeling a bit wounded, and this actually heals him a little bit. So
Cool.
He bites down and then bites a little bit too hard and sort of keeps going until her leg sort of buckles out from under her and she falls down almost on top of him.
Yeah, as you bite down hard on the sort of upper thigh, the shock is kind of and then it turns into surprise and then pain and then realization as you sever the artery. The gush of blood into your mouth is kind of warm, kind of nice, but kind of weird tasting as well. And as you release the bite and the blood just gushes from this open wound, she looks at you and attempts to scratch at your face as her eyes roll back in her head, and she just drops to the ground, unmoving. The hound lets out almost a mournful howl as its master drops, but it is still there and is not looking. It's looking kind of hungrily at you, Rainer. Still. Is that your turn, Qatar?
I got her. She doesn't taste as good as she might have looked. Sorry. That's it.
That's it. Rainer's is now your turn, as the dog has just bitten out at you and done a little bit of damage.
At it. Can I grab it by the jaw
Yep.
and pull it off?
That'll be a strength check. But I can do that if you want to attempt that. It's strength. Roll that for me in the chat.
This is with the die or with the advantage because I'm raging?
With the yes, it will. It should roll it at advantage automatically. But click on it. Click on the green plus anyway, just in case. 21. You're not going to kill him, but you're definitely going to hurt him. I'll get you to roll. At the bottom of your chat, you'll see a list of dice. Like if can you see those at the bottom of your chat?
Yeah.
Yep. Click on the D8 twice.
Yep.
And then click roll. So you'll do 11 points of damage as you reach down and grab the hellhound by its head, and you wrench at its jaw, and you hear it crack, and it takes a substantial amount of damage. It yelps loudly, but it sort of shakes its head and growls back at you again. That's going to cost you your entire action, so you do not get your double attack. Because that pretty much took a lot to reach down and grab him like that. So you do have a bonus action still if you wish. I don't know that you have anything bonus action wise.
I don't think I have anything at the moment.
Apart from your rage. Let's have a look here. No, I don't. I mean, bear in mind you do have reckless attack though, so when if you want to attack recklessly, you get advantage on the attack. This means that they get advantage on their attacks against you as well. So just bear that in mind as a barbarian. But that's your turn. Back to the top, which would have been her, but she's dead. Tinsel, it is your turn. So you can literally turn and face down this hellhound as well if you wish.
Tinsel has watched the body of the beast that dared attack Qatar fall at the might of Qatar, because Qatar is, of course, all powerful. But still feeling the searing righteousness through his arm and into his mace.
Indeed.
His servos will whir, his torso will turn to face the other direction.
I love it.
And the mace will go up on high and strike down at the creature.
Target and attack.
I'm going to make a mace attack. We need to target this creature now, don't I? There we go. Swing!
Better swing, better. And that's a hit. A dirty 20. As your mace strikes down with furious anger, striking the beast.
A searing smite should activate off that as well.
Yes, it will. And your searing smite, which you've already cast the spell for, what is the damage on that? 1d6 fire? Oh, you passed at level 2, didn't you?
Did a level 2, so it would be
so
2d6. Do I need to roll you just 2d6?
Just roll 2d6 from the chat, yeah.
Yeah.
$11 points of damage, and that is fire damage, isn't it? I believe, being searing
It's
smite.
fire damage, so it's probably halved against this
It
guy.
is. It will be, yeah. So he will take damage, but again, you know that it's not as much as you would hope, but you still did. You did a little bit of
6
damage.
plus 5.
Yeah,
so
you did 11 damage. It's not looking healthy, either way, but it's still awake. It's still there, still up. Is that your turn, good sir?
The only thing that follows is that the legs clunk
Turn around.
step by step to turn around to match the torso.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that too. That's kind of creepy, but funny. Coral, it is now your turn.
All right. Coral is going to point at this doji and cast Toll the Dead.
All the dead is not a problem. So you should be able to target it with Alt click.
Alt.
Yep. And then from your character sheet, cast the spell.
Alright. And you'll hear a pirate's bell
No problem.
from a ship. Hopefully.
Yes, you will. It failed to save, so therefore takes 10 points of the damage. There's necrotic damage. Something here just quickly.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh no.
No, you're good.
Okay.
But I will have to retcon that fire damage. He does not take any fire damage. He's immune. I just forgot that. But he does take all of that necrotic damage, however. He's still looking rough. Anything else?
I will
Coral?
not. That's it. Does everyone visually look okay?
Tensil's taking a little bit of damage. Guitar's not looking too bad from where you're standing. Rainer's is looking pretty bloody.
Okay. I'll just make a note of that.
Yeah.
And that's me.
No problem. Next up is Arafira.
Oh. Seeing that she's gone, he's like, all right, sweet as. He's gonna look around at the hellhound and what's the hellhound sort of looking like?
He's looking pretty rough.
All right.
Got a couple of big wounds and he's panting heavily. Seems to be focused on Rainer's at this point.
All right. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at Ramos and switch my focus to him.
No problem.
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on him
Nice.
at first.
Yep. So you can target him and cast that.
There's a spell book. Cure Wounds, that one there.
Doing 6 points of the heals.
And as I'm doing that,
And I've added that. Down you good.
I'm going to strum on my lute and I'm going to sing, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down,
You've been
never gonna
rickrolled.
run around and desert you.
You've been rickrolled, Rainers. You've been rickrolled, mate. So is that your turn, Arafira?
And that's my turn.
Awesome, I love it. Next up is the Hound. He's actually going to switch his attention to the last person that did damage to him, which is a utensil. I made you invisible by accident. He's going to attack you. Let's see if he gets this back first. Oh, he does. Oh, maybe he's not going to do that then. One last ditch effort. He's going to use his fire breath. And he's going to cast his fire breath. So you guys click on your own tokens once and click on that save in the chat. We have a save from Qatar. You'll take half, 11 points of fire damage for you. Ooh, 2 low saves. You didn't have to make it, Rainers. You were outside of his range. So yours is good, so you don't take any damage. But Coral and Tinsel, you'll both take 22 points of fire damage.
Ooh, might I use a reaction?
Do you have a reaction that will help in this situation?
I have Wrath of the Storm. which
What's
when a
that?
creature is he within 5 feet? He's not.
No, he's not.
Is he within?
He's within.
He's not within 5 feet. Never mind.
No, he's within
Never
10.
mind.
Yeah. Okay, so never mind. So yeah,
We'll get it.
I will. So you take. I'll remove that from yours for you, so you're good. 22 fire damage for you.
Thank you.
Qatar, I believe, took 20. No, you took 11.
11.
You've
Yeah, I've taken it off.
And Pencil, have you taken yours off as well? You took 22. And with that, that is his turn. Qatar, it is your turn.
So Qatar rushes past his fiery companions,
No problem.
probably still on fire himself.
Probably a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit singed.
And he sort of puts his staff back and he just like holds out his hands and he's gonna punch it right in the gut.
No worries. Target away and punch. I didn't expect this fight to be quite this
What
bad.
is
Flanking.
Ah,
Natural 20.
yep.
How do you want to do this?
He just so enraged that he saw his friend Tencel and Coral burn, especially Coral. He's like, that's probably hurts Coral a little bit more. She's like very watery, and he just sort of like goes way back and just punches and almost like launches through it instead of just punching, and then ends up on the other side covered in its bits.
No worries. Pretty good description. I don't really need to do much more than that. As our combat comes to a close, some of you feeling a little worse for wear. But that is the end of our combat as the succubus is defeated. Her hellhound is also defeated, leaving you in this quietened space. The sound of Avernus can still be heard from around you from the outside. Turn it over to you before we close out the session. Go back to that.
Well done, guys, as always. Very nice.
Ansel is just glowing that similar shade of molten metal all over his body, not just his eyes right now, as he slowly cools down from the fire.
Yes, it would have definitely heated the metal somewhat.
Well, that was good first fight to this journey.
So just to, again, to give you a bit of context here, on where everyone's sort of sitting at, as you sort of look around, you realize now that some of you are pretty hurt. Rainer looks a little bloodied. He's a little better than what he was before, but he's definitely seen better days. Although he revels in the in this kind of thing, for sure. Your rage does subside after a time. Guitar is not looking too bad. Coral's looking a little hurt, and so is Tencel.
Yes, any blood on Tencel is not his own, but
Yeah.
he's definitely his
He's
servos
dented.
are grinding a little as he moves.
Finding and sparking a little dented.
Yes.
How's Coral looking?
Use the duct tape. I destroying water over myself, so I'm creating like a shower on me, like, oh gosh. And then
Oh, I love it.
I'm asking around, saying, should we take a short rest, or do you want healing now?
I mean, there's a bed. We could like. I mean, it's only one bed, but like we've been in tighter spots than that, right? Like that time in the frost where we had to. Oh, we weren't going to speak about that. Sorry.
I love it.
I mean,
What?
it does get you warmer after you take it. Never mind.
I will cuddle you again if you need Qatar.
Either way, I think I need to
So
clean up
rest.
this blood.
Come stand in the shower.
You have a shower together. Giggity.
Red looks good on you. If that's Raina, it looks it's a good color on you. Red, I think.
I think so, but I still need to wash it off before the next fight, so my battle axe doesn't slip out of my hands.
Oh yeah. Just this awkward silence.
What is Arafara doing in this moment? Is Arafara still singing?
Arafire stopped singing, but he's looking at a mermaid in the shower.
Oh, shit.
It's distracted by something else.
Could I grab that bottle
So
and
we
just wash my arms in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've all got water skins and things, so you've got access to it. I mean, I would say, we got a, well, before I, yeah, so there's definitely access to that. You can wash yourself
We should
off.
look in her pocket. Did she have pockets? We should look in whatever she had to see if she knows where this our.
There was definitely no pockets.
Our rabbits. We should look in her. We should look around.
You can look around. That's something you can do, is look around. So I think we'll just
Can I
make
use my dagger and cut a bit of the fur off to put on a part of my cloths?
Yeah,
As
easily
like a
enough.
token?
Yep, that's way too easy. Easy enough to do. So we'll get
Arafire will give her a good frisk.
investigation from everybody. We'll get a general investigation to see what you find, if anything.
Tencel will abstain from this check as he is taking Coral's advice and just pulled out the duct tape.
Natural
and is just
20 from
steadily taking
Arafara.
like tiny little pieces off and just sticking them on himself.
Oh, I love it. That's brilliant. So, with the natural 20, Arafara, all of you with an, again, Arafara is good at spotting things. He just he goes over there and points out, just under the bed, there's a small box. Drag it out, you open it up. It's not locked. It's a copper necklace set with a sardonyx, which is an interesting gem that's like almost a black red. So it looks pretty expensive. Could be worth some money. I'd say with the group you guys have, you guys traveled together. You've bought and sold many things. You've found gemstones and items like jewelry, and you've sold the stuff off. So I would say you'd have a reasonable way of estimating the value of things by now. So you estimated it around 200, 250 gold worth. Just the necklace not really worth anything, but that gemstone is definitely worth gold. You also find there's what's called a sentinel shield. It's not magic, it's mundane, but it's not quite as big as a tower shield. It's kind of somewhere in between, but it has a bunch of large spikes on the front of it. So you get the impression that obviously you guys, I mean, have seen it before in battle. It's easy to catch someone up on it and stop them from moving past you. Moving the shield in position, they get caught up on the spiky bits, basically. And 50 gold pieces scattered around the bottom of this box. Again, money doesn't really mean anything. You don't really need to write that shit down. But the necklace and stuff, if you wanted to write it down, it's up to you. At this point, the gold value of these things doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of this particular story. But that is what you find. Obviously, you got some fine linens on the bed. It's a very nice bed. Probably better than most Arafire's ever slept in.
So
Although he's
Qatar,
probably slept with a few noble women, men, He's probably seen a few fineries in his time. Giraffes, yeah.
So Katag, seeing that Tinsel's putting the duct tape on him and realizing in his head that that's probably not going to work, but not wanting to hurt Coral's feelings, he goes over and he's like, let me help you with the tape of the ducks. And he sort of like puts his hands on and he uses a key point to do hands of healing on him.
How much healing does he get?
He gets, I will put it in chat when I find out where the hell I left it. There it is.
Should roll it. So he gets 2 points of healing.
He gets 2.
So add 2 points of HP-ness. What does he? It's a +2, yes. So 4.
4. So his healing also doesn't do much.
I mean, he adds another patch and it seems to help. A little bit. Better than nothing. So what are we doing, team? Are we moving on? Are we resting? What is the plan?
I'm going to sit on the floor and wrap up my bite wound.
Easily enough done. Stop the bleeding at the very least.
Some of you guys aren't looking very
She
good.
yawns and flops on the bed.
Airfire.
Some of you guys aren't looking very good. Maybe we should just stop for a bit and have a bit of a rest. Coral's obviously going to sleep, and you guys look like you need to be patched up, so might be for the best.
Yeah, the bed looks rather appealing, even with the viscera at the end of it.
It did get a little bit of a splatter. You did bite it pretty hard.
I'm going to have I might have a lie down and use the hellhound as a pillow.
Probably something he's done before, so it's not something easily enough done. So it is agreed
Shall
in
integrate.
Rest.
I shall integrate the sacred sentinel shield into my armor while we rest.
Well, you wouldn't be resting if
So
you're doing that,
basically-
because that would take some effort to try and dismantle the shield and use it to repair yourself. I mean, flavor, we could probably say that, but if you were literally trying to dismantle the shield to use its pieces to repair yourself, that would not be resting.
No, just taking my shield out of my arm, basically detaching the shield I currently have
okay.
and attaching the other one to it.
Okay.
Instead,
I'm sure you do carry a shield, don't you?
because that's how Warforged work with their
Yes.
equipment. They integrate everything into their
Yep.
bodies.
So with that, what you would make a note of then with the Sentinel shield is basically it gives you Sentinel on your opportunity attacks. So when you, if you hit with an opportunity attack, it will stop reduce the person's movement speed to 0 if they will not be able to move away from you. So essentially you've got Sentinel. You just don't, you only got that part of Sentinel, not the entirety of it. So it's just the dropping the movement speed to 0 on an opportunity attack. You will have to state you're using your shield in the opportunity attack. So it's just it'll be an unarmed strike, obviously using your strength if you hit, but stop dead in your tracks. Make a small note of that, please, good sir.
Certainly should. It is, of course, the sacred sentinel shield.
It is.
because was
Now it's a
found
sacred
on
sentinel
the sacred
shield.
quest from the sacred text.
Exactly. And with that, we will all take a short rest then. On your character sheets, you should be able to find it underneath your hit dice, which is next to your hit points. You'll see a S rest. Click it and use whatever hit dice you require to heal yourselves.
Under which one?
So
you're
on
gonna
your
attribute?
character sheet, you'll see where your hit points are next to your character portrait. Next to that, you got your hit dice, and below it you'll see L rest and S rest. Click on S rest,
Oh, yep.
and then you'll get an option to use hit dice. You can use as many hit dice as you can as you have to heal yourself if you need it.
So it says D12, 5 available.
Yep. So you got 5 hit dice available. So you can choose to use all 5, or you can use 1. You can use 2. You're down about half, so probably 2 would probably do it.
So I just click the roll button.
Yep. You can do it. You can do it. There you go. So you just keep using dice until you're at max if you want. So you can use 1 more, or you can stay where you're at. You're only 5 down. It's up to you.
I think I'll stay with that.
Okay. Cool. So you've all done your short rest. And you don't get disturbed here either. I mean, you don't. Obviously, the fight took a little while. You didn't get the impression there was anyone else around. This area is fairly secluded. How's everyone taking the short rest? We'll go around and just get that before we finish up. So, obviously, Coral had already flopped down on the bed to take her short rest. So, was there anything else that Coral was doing to mend her wounds? How does Coral dress her wounds, perhaps? Does she use the water from her water skin to replenish herself as being
the shower? Yeah. The shower and some canteen water, and she just kind of heals up a little.
Not a problem.
Washing it off.
Then takes a little bit of a nap on the bed. Qatar, what do you do to heal your wounds?
So Qatar sort of gets out a little sewing kit and sort of sews up the slashes, and it's like tries to mend his outfit too, and then he sort of curls up like a dog on the end of the bed, and like his tail sort of like just flaps in front of his nose as he's sort of like breathing in and out, like just sort of
that's awesome.
resting.
Tencel, obviously you've just covered yourself in duct tape spots. And you've integrated this new shield.
After I've flexed the shield once or twice around to make sure that I can properly use the weight of it and the shift, I will take clunky steps over and go into rest mode directly next to Qatar, facing away from the bed.
Easily enough done.
Back to Qatar.
And obviously Rain is resting up against the Hellhound, using it as a pillow. He's bandaged up his bite wounds. What else does he do to perhaps mend the rest of his wounds at this point?
I'm going to flush it out with a bit of water, like wash like my arms, hands, and my leg where I was bitten.
Yep.
And then after all that, just tidy myself up with a new bit of rag or whatever.
Easily enough done. There's plenty of cloth here you can use for bandaging and things like that, so it's easily enough done.
And basically, I lay down, grab the hellhound by the feet, drag it underneath my head, and rest up.
And have a little bit of a nap. Arafira, how does Arafira rest up in this situation and heal up himself?
Arafira would drop his pack and go around the opposite side of the bed from Tensol and jump on in, because let's face it, he's never going to miss that chance.
No, definitely.
And just lay on his back playing on his lute with it on his stomach, just some sort of soothing melody.
That seems fitting. It would help people rest in this particular situation. Every now and again you get that rumble of the environment, but it's a soothing tune. What type of tune do you think it might be? Unforgiven or Silent Lucidity from Queensryche, maybe?
Well, I was thinking more along the lines of Maroon from Pink Floyd, but
Yeah, that works too.
something soft.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He'd
Easily
pick
enough
up the
to.
pack before he got up, but when he got up, he'd pick up his pack
Yep.
again. But
No
for
drama.
the time being, just be without it.
Not a problem. Easily enough done. And I think that's probably the best time to call an end to this session with you resting, and we'll pick up there in 2 weeks' time, which will be my memory is correct, will be the 26th of November. I will put that in the Discord and let everyone know anyway, so we'll pencil that in. If you can't make it, let me know, and we'll push it out. It's not a big issue. I know that we're coming up to that time of the year where we've got Christmas dues and all that sort of stuff happening, so if you can't make it, just let me know. We'll push it out and change the date. But GG's everybody, thank you very much for coming and joining us and playing in another adventure that I'm DMing. I always appreciate you guys hanging out and wanting to play this. Dan, well done, sir.
Took me a little bit to get used to.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to get back into it. I mean, like, the digital thing is definitely different than around the table, obviously. But and it's also a little bit difficult to get into RP with people you don't really know either. So I think, well, so what we're going to do before we do kick off, though, is I am going to get everyone to think of a moment or two that stood out from the RP tonight, and we'll talk about that. Chat as well, if you guys have got something, put it in the chat, we'll read it out. We'll start down the bottom this time. We'll go the opposite way, so we'll start with Drax. So Drax, aka the Bard out of Fighter, a moment or two from you from tonight's session that stood out for you.
I love the fact that you said we went to the Hells when certain people were obviously not good friends.
That's the adventure. That's where you're going.
Surprise! You're going the wrong place.
Well, the thing that I will tell you one thing. In the story that it's actually written, it's supposed to be Stygia, but then the map suggests that it was Avernus because the map is all molten lava and things like that. Yet Stygia is actually more ice and snow. So I was like, well, I can't say it's Stygia because it's not. It doesn't. The aesthetic doesn't fit. So I moved it to Avernus because it made more sense with the way the map was created. So that's kind of where that ended up. So either way, it would have been a harsh environment, either really hot or really cold. So it wouldn't. I don't think it would have mattered too much either way.
And also with that, it's also my first time going to a house, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Awesome. Hopefully it won't be your last. And Dan, aka Rayner's the Goliath Barbarian. Anything that stood out for you tonight?
About the whole session, or just
the whole session, whether it was about you, whether it was your character or another character, just something in the RP or in the story that sort of stuck in your mind that you enjoyed, or anything along those sort of lines.
I enjoyed the RP of Neon, to be honest. Like, spot on, brother. But it's just all around, like, the way it was played is a lot different to what I'm used to. It's because usually when I played years ago, it was just like, yeah, we do this, and this. There was no RP involved.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I really enjoyed it, especially throwing guitar across the molten lava.
Definitely. Yes, and you're right. I mean, I remember playing D&D the first time, like when I first started. It was very much that there was very little RP involved. It was all very third persony, and it's over the years it's definitely shifted more into that first person role play situation, which is something I really enjoy. Obviously, most of you that have played with me before know that I let RP run. I don't tend to push it along too much or try and dismiss it. I try and just let it go because it's to me, that is the story. You guys are telling the story from your perspective, so why not let the characters have their say? But yes, I'm glad you enjoyed it. At least I'm obviously done something right, and these guys are doing something right if you're enjoying yourself, considering it's the first time you've played with us, so that's awesome. Neon, Tensile the Warforged.
Yes, thank you, Dan. You're doing very well yourself, sir. It's good to see that coming in. It's always difficult, as we were saying, when you're coming into your first sort of session with a group of people that you've not really played with before, finding that flow. But you definitely got there as it went on, which was really good to see. I have to say, a moment that stuck out for me, which just kept coming back throughout the whole session. Coral coming in with the gifts in the pub. At the start,
Yes,
tailored
that was
gift for
brilliant.
everybody.
That was so
the
good.
G-string.
I knew everyone's mind would go in the wrong place instantly. Mine did. I kind of figured what she was getting at, but I instantly went somewhere else.
It was so good, and then it just kept coming up at points throughout. You know, the rule of 3 is just like, yeah, that was class.
Brilliant. It was so well done. Indeed, I agree. Segway working quite well. Hex, aka Coral, that's right.
I want to know how many times the word sacred text was said. That
lot.
was the best.
A lot.
I know.
And it's going to get said a whole lot more.
I know. I love the relationship between Neon and Grimm's characters. I think it's really cool. And I love that Drax rickrolled someone today. So.
Yes, well done, Drax, indeed.
And good job, Dan, on the RP, by the way. And that's it for me.
Yeah. Grim realities, Qatar, the lizard folk.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give on to Dan's this is an interesting looking rock formation. I'm just like, he's got it. He's here.
Yeah.
He's arrived.
That's it.
He gets what we're about.
100%. That was my moment too. It was like, okay, he failed that check and went with it. It was great.
Yeah. And Tencel protecting Qatar from getting bred by him. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a theme with Drax, though, doesn't it? I mean, Emilia trying to get it on with freaking I can't remember Tracy's character's name now. But the lizard, he was a lizard folk too. Skathis, he was a lizard folk too. So it's a thing for lizard folk with Drax. I don't know. Is there something you need to tell us here, Drax? You got a thing for lizard folk?
Also, Skathis is
Was it tiefling, wasn't he?
It was tiefling.
Was he a tiefling?
He was still chasing tail.
Yeah, he was still chasing. He still had a tail. It works for me. But moment for me is the introduction of Coral and Arafara into the inn, and the gifts. Yeah, definitely. That was funny. The G-string specifically. That was just brilliant. And obviously, it's good to see Hex back in D&D with us, with our group again. As I've always said, Hex is a brilliant RPer, and I've always enjoyed her RP, as I enjoy all of your RP, because that's what we're all about. And Dan, again, well done. Coming in, again, RPing with a group you don't know isn't easy. Sometimes takes a little bit to get into it. You've done well. It will only improve as you play more with us, obviously. We will be doing these mini adventures regularly on the channel, so and I said the polls go up every time I decide to do one, and we'll be calling for players all the time. So if you do enjoy it and you want to keep coming back, keep putting your name in that list, and we'll move on from there. As I said, this is a multi-shot, so we will be back again in 2 weeks to continue from where we've currently left off. I did see some stuff in the chat. I think who said Stygia, the home of the Tomb of Levistus, if memory serves. Yes, you are correct. Sticks and Stones hashtag Rickrolled. So there's definitely some interesting stuff there. So chat, thank you for coming and hanging out with us as well. Appreciate that very, very much. We are going to raid out to someone, so do hang around, because we were raided by Skittles tonight. Thanks so much, Skittles. I know you're probably not still here, but I appreciate that, my friend. You're an awesome dude. What is everyone up to
Final
tonight?
shout out to mention, just
Yes.
just here as well. Honorary shout out to Qatar for focusing all of your attacks on the source of the problem.
Oh yes, definitely, definitely.
I was fighting my demons with that dog, bro.
Neon, do you want to say something in the text chat just for me, please?
Which one? In
In the
this one?
kick chat, yeah, just say something.
Hello there.
Anything.
That's me.
Yep, anything that's you, that's it. So then I can do that. Guys, go make sure if you're on the Twitch, go check out Mr. Neon over there on the Twitch and hit him with a follow and things and stuff. Hex, is your name here on Kick the same as it is on Twitch? Took her ears off.
What?
Is your name on Kick the same as is on Twitch?
I think it's Yanti on Kick, actually.
I think it is too. I think it's it's Hex and Hemlock on Twitch, all one word, eh?
Yeah.
So Hex N Hemlock, I believe. Find out in a second.
Yeah. Hex in. Yeah.
I was right. Cool. It works. So yeah, so check out that one as well, guys. Hex and Hemlock on Twitch. I know she's not live as often as she used to be, but she is live there occasionally. Go if you are over there, hit her up with a follow, do the thing and stuff over there as well. Also go check out Dan the Miner here on Kick. He does a lot of Rainbow Six. Hopefully I spelled that right as well. I think I did. Yes, I did. Awesome. Do the things and the stuff there, and obviously make sure you follow here if you're not already. I think most of you already are, so that's awesome. Tomorrow night, I do not have stream tomorrow night because I got Paradigm 2 tomorrow night, another D&D session. I've had D&D last night, got D&D tonight, and D&D tomorrow night. It's an awesome D&D weekend, so it's been brilliant. So that will be tomorrow night. We'll see Grim and Drax there again. So those guys are involved in that one over there. Monday night will be Modern Warfare Monday. Modern Warfare 3, we'll be looking at that. We'll be probably doing some zombies, the open world zombies, which is pretty cool. I had a bit of a play today. We'll be doing some bits and pieces. I'm not sure if they're doing a free Warzone on that. They possibly will. I know Sticks, you've got Modern Warfare 3, so if you're around, we might get you in for a few games. Anyone else that has it, you're more than welcome to join as well. Tuesday, Toxic Tuesday will probably be, I'm thinking Fortnite this week, something different. So I know Grimmity's got the Fortnites, so if you're around Tuesday and you're not too tired, Grim, come and hang out with us for that. And anyone else that has it as well, of course. No stream Wednesday. Thursday night is Pew Pew Thursdays, Rainbow Six Customs as usual. Next Friday, I believe, is Waterdeep again. We're back into another session of Waterdeep Dragon Heist, and then the weekend I haven't really decided yet. So we are moving at some point. I still don't have a date, so that will be as and when. If that comes up, obviously we won't be streaming around that time because we'll be organising internets and all that sort of rubbish. But I think we should probably raid. I think we might raid Long Dog if she's still streaming. Well, no, she's been going for almost 6 hours. Holy crap. She must be getting close to finish, surely. Yeah, we'll raid her anyway. So we're going to raid Long Dog. Most of you guys know who she is. Big supporter of the channel. She always drops us a lurk. She's playing some Modern Warfare 3. So make sure you hit her up with a follow. She's an Aussie streamer as well. Former Mixer streamer, like many of us over here, which is awesome. And we're going to see you guys on Monday. Until then, ciao for now.